Chapter 1446. Somewhere in the sea of star spirits, a planet of refuge was already tightly wrapped by the roots of the world tree. The soil, minerals, and forests all turned into liquid and flowed into it. In the distance, the emergency ship carrying the people of this planet was fleeing in the sea of stars. Behind the fleeing fleet, a world tree fleet was chasing after them. The escort fleet of the Galactic Alliance Army was covering the fleeing fleet, fighting as they moved. The two sides exchanged intense fire, leaving behind traces of energy explosions everywhere they passed. The light was reflected in the panicked eyes of the fleeing people. 10 figures with a metallic luster charged left and right in the escort fleet, constantly shooting out psionic cannons, destroying spaceships one after another. They were the mechanical apostles, and their master was in the main ship of the World Tree Fleet. It was a lord's avatar, controlling the mechanical army to fight from afar. However, there was not a single beyond grade A in the escort fleet, so they could only use their battleships to stop the advance of the 10 mechanical apostles. The enemy has a beyond grade A mechanic. We urgently need high-level reinforcements. Seeing the one-sided situation, the commander of the escort fleet had no choice but to order the fleet to fight and retreat. He also anxiously asked for reinforcements in the military channel. The World Tree sent out a large number of foreign experts without any hesitation. The number of high-level combatants instantly exceeded the 3 universal civilizations, and all of them moved out, pulling their forces apart. As a result, the 3 universal civilizations did not have enough beyond grade as to stop every World Tree expert. There would always be gaps. In this battle, this fleet that escorted the evacuation of the civilians did not have any high-level combatants. When they encountered the World Tree Fleet with a mechanical army commander, they were immediately beaten black and blue. Please continue to hold on for a while, releasing the beyond grade as who are currently free. The military artificial intelligence's reply immediately sounded in the channel. The commander gritted his teeth and shouted, ordering the fleet to continue attacking. However, the scale of their army did not change qualitatively. The 10 mechanical apostles led the army and swallowed starships one after another like locusts. Just as the number of casualties became more and more shocking, a space on the battlefield rippled like water. Then, with a flash of light, a figure rushed out like a burning meteor and slammed into the nearest mechanical apostle, sending it flying. Reinforcements are here. The commander's spirit was shaken, and he hurriedly looked at the beyond grade as who had come to support him. When he saw the person's appearance, the joy on the commander's face froze. "Why are you here? What's with your disappointed tone?" "I'm the only one who's free now. If you don't want to, then I'm leaving." Kohler was furious. "What's wrong with you, little brother? I'm here to help, and you're looking down on me? I'll leave the enemy's mechanic-class supers to you. My troops will support you from the side." The commander smiled bitterly and could only bitterly express his willingness to cooperate. Kohler snorted and charged towards the 10 mechanical apostles. Even though there were tens of thousands of them, he still charged forward. Many soldiers looked over with a glimmer of hope. However, in less than a few minutes, the imposing Kohler was pinned to the ground by the joint attack of 10 mechanical apostles. The commander covered his face. The internal rumors were not lies. Kohler was indeed the weakest among the beyond grade as. "I don't want to despise you, but you're too much of a drag. You can't even stand up when I give you a chance. Not to mention a real battle. I don't even like to use you when playing Wayne cards." Kohler dodged a few psionic energy beams and punched back, sending a mechanical apostle flying. He quickly shouted in the channel, "What are you waiting for? I've helped you stall the enemy. Continue to ask for help. Your tactical role is only to stall for time." The commander cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to continue calling for reinforcements, a wormhole suddenly opened not far away. A mechanical life flew out from it. Heavy mechanical armor covered its body, and every part of its body was equipped with high-tech melee weapons. It was fully armed, and 2 wing-type vector thrusters stood on its back like 2 chess pieces. It was one of the Black Star mechanical oracles who had received the order to support the various battlefronts in the main universe, the heaven-suppressing flag. Black Star's elite troops are here. Kohler was overjoyed and quickly waved. They're on our side. Relay. Electric arcs flashed in the eyes of the heaven-suppressing flag, and the thrusters spewed out streams of light. He instantly accelerated and rushed into the battle in a flash. 10 mechanical apostles detected a strong energy reaction, and 8 of them immediately faced the heaven-suppressing flag, leaving only 2 to deal with Kohler. A dense barrage of psionic cannons shot out, and the arm of the heaven-suppressing banner turned into a heavy shield. It abruptly pushed forward, and the surface of the shield lit up with dazzling and complicated energy circuits. A thick psionic shield immediately popped out and blocked the barrage of attacks. Amidst the bombardment, the distance between the two sides quickly shortened. A mechanical apostle's wrist blades popped out from his arms and slashed out at the same time, heading straight for the energy core of the heaven-suppressing flag. However, the heaven-suppressing flag only spun around lightly and dodged the attack. The moment he brushed past it, he touched his waist, and a folded mechanical axe unfolded. It slashed out like a bolt of lightning, and the blade light instantly swept past the mechanical apostle's body. The next moment, the mechanical apostle that was cut in half flew out, due to inertia. The cut was smooth, and countless precise parts that had been cut in half could be seen. In the center was the energy core that had been cut accurately. The energy reactor that had lost its restraints jumped slightly before exploding. A huge explosion lit up behind the heaven-suppressing flag, reflecting on his cold alloy shell. The heaven-suppressing flag was a melee weapon master among the mechanical oracles. All kinds of weapons appeared like magic, constantly changing and dealing with the mechanical apostles with ease. Not long after, he killed more than half of the mechanical apostles like cutting vegetables. It was a completely different situation from Kohler. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing flag stomped on the ground, and an energy shockwave exploded behind him. He turned into a meteor and charged straight at the World Tree fleet, shuttling through the barrage like a fish. The axe slashed out rays of light, cutting the World Tree spaceship in half. In just a few blinks of an eye, the heaven-suppressing flag arrived in front of the main ship, and the giant axe wrapped in golden lightning slashed down. Thick golden electric arcs shot out from the axe blade, instantly shattering the shield of the main ship and melting through the armor of the ship. The entire spaceship exploded, and a dazzling light spread out. At this moment, 2 figures rushed out of the explosion, one chasing and one escaping. The Lord's avatar of the Mechanic General was running in front, and the heaven-suppressing flag was chasing after it. However, after a few rounds, the heaven-suppressing flag chopped the other party's head in half, exploding with electric arcs. The power carried by this body instantly disappeared, and the Lord's descent had already been destroyed by him. He had the spirit of taking the head of the enemy general among thousands of soldiers and horses. With the current strength of the mechanical oracles, ordinary beyond grade, as were no match for them at all. Their strength was completely different from the mechanical apostles, and it was not a problem for them to take charge alone. It was enough to close the gap between a portion of the high-level combatants. With the high-level combatants of the enemy eliminated, the escort fleet immediately stopped their collapse and counterattacked tenaciously. The heaven-suppressing flag did not continue to help. He reached out and removed the damaged head of the enemy's Lord's avatar, hanging it on his waist as a trophy. He was about to open a wormhole and leave, but at this moment, Kohler flew over and gave him a thumbs up with a face full of joy. Well done. We worked together and finally dealt with this powerful opponent. What did we work together? Were you fighting just now? The heaven-suppressing flag tilted his head, confused. He did not have any impression of it. I help you hold back 2 mechanical apostles. Without me, you would have been in danger. Kohler patted his chest and said casually, "Who asked me to be good friend with Black Star?" Protecting his mechanical apostles was just a matter of convenience. There's no need to thank me. The heaven-suppressing flag was still silently calculating the logic of this sentence when Han Zhao's annoyed voice sounded in the channel. "Shut up, you're really a noob." So you're here. Kohler laughed and was not embarrassed at all. I was just joking with you. Han Shao curled his lips. Heaven-suppressing flag. Ignore him and continue your mission. The heaven-suppressing flag shook his head and ignored Kohler. He opened a wormhole and followed Han Zhao's orders to support the other battlefronts. Primeval Star River, Mechanical Race territory. The Endless World Tree Army was pressing down on the Mechanical Race's defense line, and the two fleets were already locked in battle. On the main planet of the Mechanical Race, Manison and Nilfgaardi's Lord's Avatar stood at the highest point. They looked up at the sky, and the green tide slowly approached. The Mechanical Race troops behind them did not panic at all. Instead, they looked at the backs of the two generations of Mechanical Race leaders fervently. The Mechanical Race is actually the first target of the World Tree's attack. Do they think we're easy to deal with? We're not easy to bully. Nilfgaardi stood with his arms crossed, and arcs of lightning jumped on his body. You don't have the right to say that. The reason why the Mechanical Race has developed to this point is all because of me. It has nothing to do with you, Manison said calmly. Nilfgaardi snorted, but did not refute. He slowly said, I didn't expect us to fight side by side under such circumstances. I know you don't like me, but don't worry, this battle won't take long. As soon as he finished speaking, Manison raised his hand slightly. Rumble. All the planets in the Mechanical Race's territory started to buzz, as if countless things were about to break out of the ground. After accumulating for so long, let the world see the foundation of the Mechanical Race. Manison's eyes flashed, and his tone was cold. Listen to my orders, leave no one alive. Rumble. It was as if an endless mechanical army flew out from the planets, covering the sky and Earth as they welcomed the invading World Tree fleet. It's starting. Many Star Alliance observers who were lurking in the news could not help but smile happily when they saw the turmoil in the various star zones. The World Tree invaded the entire territory overnight. It's obvious that our intelligence came in handy. Very good. Very good. The observer captain clenched his fists with a ferocious expression. He was relieved that his plan had worked, but also excited about revenge. This time, the results of getting someone else to do the dirty work were very obvious. They successfully turned the stalemate into a chaotic battle. This was what the Star Alliance wanted to see. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. This way, even if the three universal civilizations can fight the World Tree civilization to a standstill, it will be difficult to stop their territory from being devoured step by step. At this rate, the three universal civilizations will be defeated sooner or later. It might take decades or centuries, someone said excitedly. The observer captain sneered. This is only the first wave. In my opinion, the three universal civilizations won't be able to last that long. According to the deduction of the upper echelons, the World Tree will most likely use the information we leaked to trigger the internal suspicions of the three universal civilizations and destroy their fighting spirit. Since the start of the war, the morale and faith of the three universal civilizations have been supported. When this energy is released, it will be time for them to be defeated. As he spoke, a look of longing appeared in his eyes, as if he could see the defeat of the Galactic Society in the near future. The three universal civilizations have been high and mighty for too long. It's time for them to taste the feeling of their homeland being destroyed, just like us back then. On the other side, the Supercluster Alliance. The sudden, full-scale invasion of the World Tree shocked the Supercluster Alliance. Although the Supercluster Alliance had received some news from the three universal civilizations over the past few days, they had only asked them to strengthen their internal defenses. There was no mention of the inside story, so the Supercluster Alliance did not know about the leak of information in the explored universe. The various star fields were attacked, and the various supercluster civilizations were naturally targeted. However, compared to the intense battles in other areas, the World Tree fleet that invaded the supercluster civilization was very small, as if they were just here to go through the motions. The supercluster civilization thought that the World Tree did not want to bite them in the first wave of attack. While surprised, they were also glad. At this moment, an important meeting was being held in the conference room. Everyone, The three universal civilizations' border defense line has been lost, and the world tree has fully invaded. Let's put aside the reason for this for now. The current situation is developing in the direction we're looking forward to. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has already appeared in front of us, and we cannot miss it. I think we can consider officially starting the Great Migration Plan. The Star Arc leader spoke with a deep voice. Everyone whispered to each other and discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with hidden surprise. Everyone felt that it was very magical. Originally, they could only passively wait for the opportunity to break out, but they did not expect the opportunity to come so suddenly. It was as if the goddess of luck was on their side. Seconded. I agree too. Everyone voted one after another. They had been waiting for this opportunity for too long, and there were very few objections. Now that the world tree had successfully invaded, it was tearing apart the flesh and blood of the explored universe every second. The three universal civilizations could not care less about one thing and the other. If they stayed here, they would only end up being devoured and wasting their troops. No one wanted to lose everything, so they decided to give up on the territory that would fall sooner or later and leave as soon as possible to preserve their strength. They did not want to leave at all. Seeing this, the Star Arc leader nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "It seems like everyone's opinion is more or less the same. It's decided then. Let the three universal civilizations drag it out with the world tree for a while longer. After they officially enter a stalemate, we will immediately start the plan." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing solemnly. "Everyone, once we embark on this path, there is no turning back. For the future of our civilization, we can no longer rely on others." Everyone nodded slowly. The tragedy of the pinnacles, the economic blockade, the trade sanctions, the encirclement of the flickering world, the experiences of being bullied by the three universal civilizations flashed through their minds one by one, making them even more determined. However, just as the Star Arc leader was about to give a speech to strengthen his determination, a communication request from Han Xiao suddenly popped up on the virtual screen. "Black Star? He wants to see us at this time?" The eyes of the upper echelons of the civilizations present narrowed, and their nerves tensed up. As the saying went, a thief has a guilty conscience. Although their escape was the result of careful consideration, from the perspective of a war, it was considered a deserter. Therefore, just seeing Han Zhao's name made everyone feel an invisible pressure. The Star Arc leader raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down and keep quiet. "Connect me and listen what Black Star has to say." Chapter 1447. Han Zhao's remote projection appeared in the conference room. With a glance, he had already seen the expressions of all the superstar cluster leaders sitting there. He could not help but chuckle and joke. He could not help but chuckle and say, "Everyone, what were you talking about just now? The atmosphere is so solemn. We're naturally talking about how to deal with the invasion of the world tree," the Star Arc leader said with a deep voice. "Is that so? But as far as I know, the world tree civilization's army doesn't seem to have harassed your territory much. Most of your troops are still on standby." Han Xiao shrugged. "The entire galactic society is united against a common enemy as a whole. If other areas are attacked, it will also affect our safety. Under the premise of ensuring the safety of our homeland, we will naturally lend a helping hand," the Star Arc leader said righteously. Han Zhao's expression became subtle. "These words coming from your mouth are really strange. With the invasion of the world tree, we're already in the same boat." The Star Arc leader nodded and said with a solemn tone, "If you think so, that's for the best." Han Xiao raised his brows. He knew that the Star Arc leader was most likely just saying that and did not mean it. A supercluster leader coughed and asked, "Your Excellency, why are you here?" "Your Excellency Black Star, are you here to discuss the invasion of the world tree?" Han Xiao looked at him and nodded. "You can say that, but I'm mainly here for you guys." Everyone exchanged glances, and the Star Arc leader said, "I hope you can explain it clearly." Han Xiao raised his arms, crossed his arms, and said casually, "Don't worry. The invasion of the world tree has become an established fact. How much do you know about the cause of this matter? We're not very clear about the inside story. The World Tree was originally blocked by the three universal civilizations at the border of the flickering world, and the situation was very stable. However, the enemy suddenly launched a full-scale invasion. They must have used some method to obtain information about our territory, but we don't understand how they did it. The Star Arc leader frowned and shook his head. I can tell you the inside story. This is not the World Tree's initiative, but someone deliberately leaked information about the explored universe and boldly colluded with the enemy. This kind of action is like opening the door of a country and inviting the World Tree in to burn, kill, and plunder. Han Zhao's tone sank. As soon as he said that, the faces of the upper echelons of the supercluster changed. Their eyes were filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. They were all shocked by this news. The Star Arc leader's eyes flashed with shock. He emphasized and confirmed again, "You mean there's a traitor in the Galactic Society?" "That's right." Han Xiao nodded slowly and said softly, "We are still investigating the identity of the traitor." Suddenly, there was a slight commotion in the room. Everyone whispered to each other and discussed spiritedly. The Star Arc civilization was also puzzled. To be able to successfully hand over the information to the World Tree, they must have decent technical strength. They actually chose to betray us in such a dangerous situation. What exactly are they planning? However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused, raised his eyes, and looked at the expressionless Han Xiao in bewilderment. The upper echelons also came back to their senses. They all guessed Han Zhao's true intentions, and their expressions changed. "Wait a minute, Black Star came to us at this time and deliberately brought up this topic. Could it be that he thinks we are the traitors who leaked the information? Although our supercluster alliance has never been on good terms with the three universal civilizations and is the biggest suspect, this matter really has nothing to do with them. Are you suspecting us?" The Star Arc leader's eyes widened. Han Xiao looked around and did not answer directly. Instead, he summoned a virtual screen and said to himself, "According to what I found, the information I collected was collected. According to the information I've found, more than 10 years ago, you initiated a plan named Great Migration. The specific content was to take all the people and resources out of the explored universe and find another country while the war was going on. Only when the three universal civilizations and the World Tree are in a stalemate will you have a chance." Halfway through his sentence, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Supercluster Alliance became even more solemn. They thought that this plan was rather secretive. Gathering the people and resources was nominally for the sake of war, but on the surface, it was a reasonable motive. At most, they would think that they were leaving a way out for the sake of losing the war. Normally, they would not think that they were planning to run away. You already know. It's no wonder. With your abilities, as long as you're suspicious of us, it won't be difficult for you to find out. The Star Arc leader was shocked, but what he thought of Han Zhao's ability, he accepted reality and said helplessly, "So, you think we deliberately lured the World Tree into a full-scale invasion to disrupt the situation and make it easier to retreat? What do you think?" Han Xiao tilted his head. Hearing this, everyone knew that Han Xiao was probably here to denounce them, and they all felt a chill down their spines. The Star Arc leader clenched his teeth and said, "I know you think we have a motive, but we didn't do this. We're not traitors who leaked the information. Although they wanted to run, they did not want to become traitors. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the three universal civilizations, there would definitely be many twists and turns in the Great Migration plan. The three universal civilizations would definitely not allow a traitor like them to escape so easily. What evidence do you have to prove that you didn't do it?" Han Zhao's tone was emotionless, so no one could tell his emotions. Hearing this, the Star Arc leader's thoughts raced, but his heart was in a mess. He could not think of any reason to prove that this matter had nothing to do with them. How much evidence did he need? However, before he could answer, Han Xiao pressed on and continued. "Maybe you didn't mean it, but can you guarantee that it wasn't done by any of the civilizations here?" The Star Arc leader was stunned, and his expression changed. He knew that Han Xiao was right. He could only guarantee that he was not a traitor, but he could not guarantee that the other supercluster civilizations did not have any tricks up their sleeves. He slowly turned his head, a questioning look in his eyes as he looked at the other alliance members. Everyone understood what he meant and began to speak. It's not me. I didn't do it. It's not me either. I don't know anything about this. Very soon, the Star Arc leader's gaze turned to the last person. He remembered that during the meeting a while ago, it was this supercluster leader who had suggested helping the World Tree. He was the most suspicious. The leader of this civilization was furious. What are you looking at me for? I didn't do it. We're all in this together. I won't ignore the collective interests of the Alliance. The Star Arc leader clenched his teeth and turned to look at Han Shao. As you can see, this has nothing to do with us. Han Shao did not say anything. He only tilted his head and looked at the Star Arc leader with a strange expression. His expression seemed to be saying, "Are you kidding me?" Seeing this, the Star Arc leader shut his mouth and did not say anything. He also knew that no one would admit to it, even if he asked them. If everyone denied it together, it would be ridiculous and not convincing at all. No one knew if the Alliance members were lying or not. However, the Star Arc leader was very clear. Whether it was the members of the supercluster or not, they could not admit it. Otherwise, they would be confirming their identity as traitors. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't say that I didn't remind you. I'll give you another chance. Are you sure you didn't do it?" The Star Arc leader was sweating a little, and he said anxiously, "Black Star, we can't produce any evidence for the time being, but we really didn't do it." "All right, I believe you. I hope you don't come to a conclusion arbitrarily. If you keep staring at us, you will let the real traitor escape." The leader of the Star Arc subconsciously said halfway before he suddenly came back to himself. He subconsciously raised his voice and said in surprise, "Wait, you believe me?" He had been racking his brains and preparing to persuade Han Shao, but he did not expect Han Shao to change his mind before he could do anything. This made him a little stunned, as if he had stepped on thin air. However, at this moment, Han Shao spoke again and slowly said, "However, it's useless for me to believe you. I need the 3 universal civilizations to believe me. You have to think of a way to prove your innocence." "You mean, of course, we'll stay and fight hard." Han Shao spread his hands and said, "Think about it. Right now, the 3 universal civilizations are suspecting traitors. Once you leave, you'll be confirming your identity as traitors. The only way is to give up on your so-called migration plan and focus on fighting the World Tree. Only then can you clear your suspicion." Hearing this, the eyes of the leaders of the supercluster civilizations narrowed. The Star Arc leader frowned and stopped panicking. He slowly said, "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm afraid this is your real purpose for coming, right?" He was not really an idiot, and he immediately realized the real purpose of Han Zhao's trip. There were priorities. The Supercluster Alliance did not want to become a traitor, but the migration plan was more important. They would not give up on the migration just to prove that they were not traitors. The Star Arc leader even suspected that the so-called traitor was just an excuse Han Shao came up with to threaten them after finding out about their migration plan. Han Shao did not mind. He chuckled and said casually, "Hee, I know what you're thinking. Traitors do exist. And it's also true that the 3 universal civilizations suspect you. However, I didn't think the traitor was you from the beginning." "Why do you think so?" The Star Arc leader was curious. "We've known each other for decades. I know the style of your decision-making team quite well. Furthermore, with your situation, the possibility of you daring to collude with the enemy is not high. However, due to your past history, you guys are the most suspicious. This is very much like a framing. My intuition tells me that this matter has little to do with you guys. Of course, this does not mean that you're not suspicious. I can't be sure if you did the opposite." Han Shao did not intend to remove all the pressure from the supercluster. Therefore, he did not reveal the third party exposed by Bold Explorer. He only inferred that their suspicion was limited. In fact, Han Shao knew that the Superstar Cluster Alliance would not give up on the migration plan so easily, so he planned to have an open and honest chat with them. Initially, he used the suspicion of being a traitor as an excuse and pretended to be questioning them to gain the upper hand, making the Superstar Cluster Alliance nervous and understand the situation. It seems like even though the good situation has been destroyed, you still maintained your rationality and did not let your anger get to your head. The Star Arc leader had mixed feelings. He nodded and said, I really don't know about the traitor, but it's impossible for us to give up on the migration plan and stay to fight. Since you found the information, you should know the significance of this plan to us. Han Shao nodded and said, the existence of the 3 universal civilizations has limited the upper limit of your development. For many years, they have been using all kinds of excuses to suppress you and prevent you from entering the era of technological explosion. The top talents and resources of the Galactic Society have all flowed into their pockets. As they continue to accumulate, the gap between you guys is getting bigger and bigger. That's right. Back then, when the Exploration Era War had just ended, the 3 universal civilizations had established order, but they did not have the strength to beat all the civilizations back then. But now, after so many years, they have enjoyed the top resources and the greatest development dividend of the entire Galactic Society. There is already a generation gap between our technology. We still have some ability to resist now, but the longer this goes on, the bigger the gap will be. Sooner or later, we will completely lose the right to challenge the 3 universal civilizations. At that time, we can only become their vassals. A supercluster leader said, with a helpless tone. The Star Arc leader nodded and added, it's precisely because we have seen the distant future that we have to take advantage of the fact that we can still resist and look for opportunities to change our fate. The flickering world was an attempt, but it failed. The migration now is a better opportunity. We will not give up. I understand your request, really. But with all due respect, what you're doing is just a slow death. What you think is only on the surface, and you think that you will be safe once you leave the war zone. In fact, you have no way to escape. After the world tree kills the 3 universal civilizations, they will definitely find you. They have extraordinary abilities in the information form. Han Shao explained the information form ability of the world tree to track its prey in detail, ensuring that everyone present knew the real situation. Then he paused and continued. After a pause, he continued, therefore, your only way out is to stay and destroy the world tree civilization with us. This is a very simple choice. This way, your development might not be free enough, but at least your civilization can continue. The many superstar cluster leaders looked at each other and discussed in low voices, not entirely convinced. The Star Arc leader pondered for a while before slowly saying, you've put in a lot of effort to get us to send our troops to the battlefield. You even personally acted as a lobbyist. Let's assume that what you said is true, but I have a concern that I need your answer. Speak. Will the 3 universal civilizations let us off so easily? The Star Arc leader leaned forward and asked, let me make it clear. If we defeat the world tree and win back peace, how can you guarantee that the 3 universal civilizations won't settle the score afterward? How can you guarantee that they won't label us as traitors again and attack us? Everyone stared at Han Shao with oppressive gazes. This was not the first time the 3 universal civilizations had used groundless tricks on them, so the Supercluster Alliance did not have any hope of clearing their names. Whether they were traitors or not depended on what the 3 universal civilizations said. If they were accused of colluding with the enemy after the incident, there would be almost no way for them to turn things around. They might even be wiped out. Regarding this, Han Shao stroked his chin and said calmly, if we win this battle and you guys don't migrate, I can stand on your side and prevent the 3 universal civilizations from using such methods. Furthermore, I'll try my best to help you break the long-term restrictions of the 3 universal civilizations so that you guys don't have to abandon your homeland and can still have the chance to develop freely. You? The Star Arc leader narrowed his eyes. You might have such an influence, but why are you doing this? Don't forget, war is a great reshuffle. The situation after the war will definitely be overturned. The 3 universal civilizations are rarely weak and have lost their grip on us. This is the best time to change. Also, helping you guys is also helping myself. Without the invasion of external enemies, we're all thorns in the eyes of the three universal civilizations. We have a lot of room for cooperation. Han Xiao said slowly. The Star Arc leader remained unmoved and said indifferently, "Sounds good, but how can you guarantee that you won't go back on your word like before? You have to know that your reputation is not very good." "I don't need to promise anyone." Han Xiao did not reply at all. He casually said, "I'm just telling you which path is dead and which path is alive. I'm helping you analyze the pros and cons and providing you with a better choice. However, I can't make decisions for you. What if we don't accept your suggestion?" The Star Arc leader's tone was solemn. "If you guys insist on going your own way, I'll express my regret. Without the armed forces of the supercluster, the pressure on us will be greater and the losses will be more exaggerated. However, our chances of winning are still very high." Han Xiao stroked his chin, paused, and said softly, "As for you guys, as for you, do I need to tell you what will happen to deserters like you? With me here, you can find me no matter how far you run. Don't blame me when the time comes. I've given you guys a chance." Everyone's expressions changed. They could hear the blatant threat. Black Star, one of the leaders of the Moto civilization, shouted angrily, "We know that you're very strong. No one might be your match in terms of individual strength, but do you think you're really invincible after entering the Transcendent Grade? Do you think you can influence the joint decision of so many civilizations with just your words alone?" Han Xiao shook his head and said frankly, "No, there's no such thing as true invincibility in the world. The so-called invincibility is only invincibility in the current technological environment, and the world is developing dynamically. As the times change and civilizations progress, there will always be more new technologies. Maybe one day, the principles of all the space wonders will be discovered, and the Transcendent Grade will no longer be unsolvable. It's even possible to create beyond grade, as in Transcendent Grade supers and batches. The individual achievements that seem unbelievable right now will eventually be replicated by the collective civilization and produce fission." Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Han Xiao would refute, but they did not expect him to agree with this statement. For a moment, they did not know how to respond. They thought that Han Xiao was trying to ease the atmosphere and take back his threat. However, the next moment, they knew that they were wrong. Han Xiao looked at everyone and said coldly, "But that's all in the distant future. But those are all things that can only happen in the future, at least in the foreseeable future. I am an existence that can't be solved. You can treat my words as a threat or an ultimatum. In any case, take care of yourself. Don't make a choice that disappoints me. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying the civilizations of everyone here. At that time, you will know that I'm more dangerous than the world tree." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent. After a while, the Star Arc leader seemed to have made a decision. "If the situation is as you said, we can temporarily put aside the migration plan and send more troops to participate in the battle. However, if the losses are too great, we will definitely migrate and evacuate. It's useless no matter how much you threaten us." Han Zhao's expression returned to normal, and he nodded. "That's enough. I hope you don't go back on your word. I'll keep an eye on you." Chapter 1448. In the shallow layered dimensional base, Han Xiao turned off the communicator and deactivated the remote projection. He rubbed his brows and closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. The supercluster has reached a consensus. They won't cause any trouble for the time being. Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was more or less tired. He reasoned with them, analyzed the situation, and coerced them. In the end, after much persuasion, he finally managed to persuade this group of people who wanted to run away at the last minute to come back. Of course, this was only a temporary consensus. The Supercluster Alliance did not agree to give up on migrating. They were only willing to stay and observe for a while and increase their support. However, this was enough. If the Supercluster Alliance did not give him face and ran away, even if he could make the Supercluster Alliance pay the price later, he would not be able to stop the negative chain reaction in the war. Now, the armed forces of the explored universe were not lacking, and an internal division had temporarily disappeared before it erupted. The The Supercluster Alliance would not become a traitor for the time being. Damn it, I'm indeed the one in charge of the Galactic Society. I'm so worried. Han Shao shook his head and opened a real-time military star map of the explored universe. Regions appeared in front of him in blue, and inside the star fields, green spots were appearing and expanding at an extremely slow speed. This represented the range of the World Tree's invasion. The World Tree is coming aggressively, but the three universal civilizations have such a large territory. Even if the World Tree blossoms, it will have to slowly invade. Although the battle is intense, the threat in the short term is still maintained at a relatively low level. Han Zhao's eyes flickered as he analyzed. The sudden change in the situation would more or less affect their mentality. The three universal civilizations were a little flustered, but Han Shao still maintained his composure. He ignored the anxiety of his territory being devoured and calmly judged the situation. After all, he had seen worse situations in his previous life, so this small scene could not scare him. No matter how powerful the World Tree was, it had to slowly devour them. It was impossible for them to become fat in one bite. Furthermore, the Galactic Alliance army resisted fiercely, making their eating very difficult. In comparison, Han Shao felt that the greatest effect of the World Tree's full-scale invasion was, firstly, it would affect the morale of the Galactic Society, and secondly, it would affect their resource production and productivity. According to the leaked information and his experience in his previous life, Han Shao could guess that the World Tree's priority targets would be the military factories and resource planets of the various organizations. This would reduce the speed of the three universal civilizations' troops. Secondly, it was the mother planets of some star system or star cluster civilizations, the ruling planets, and the refugee planets with a large population. Using this method to cause panic and internal chaos in the Galactic Society, the World Tree had invaded many civilizations and was very clear about this. Then there were the important bases of some beyond grade A races and private organizations, cutting off the wings of the three universal civilizations. Of course, as the core of the Galactic Society, the Central Galaxy was the most important target. However, Han Shao guessed that the World Tree would most likely not attack it for the time being, because the Central Galaxy would definitely be heavily guarded. Once they invaded, a large group battle would break out. This would be similar to a border war. The World Tree now had many spatial coordinates. With such an advantage, it should not be willing to continue the inefficient head-on battle. Instead, it chose to avoid the main force and attack the weak points. It mainly focused on harassing and nibbling away, displaying its high mobility and advantage of fighting. These places are all areas that need to be protected. After this battle, who knows how many more desolate universe belts will appear. Unfortunately, the World Tree's mechanism is too perverted. Otherwise, I would have been able to give them a taste of their own medicine. Han Shao was a little helpless. With his individual combat strength, he could have gone to the World Tree territory to cause trouble. However, more than 10 years ago, he had learned a lot of information from the experts of the World Tree race. The World Tree's base could be retracted into its body at any time, so it would not be of much use to harass it. They could just change places. This would not affect the enemy's productivity much, because the World Tree itself was the largest weapon factory. It directly converted resources internally and did not need to build countless factories like normal civilizations. Otherwise, Han Shao would not have thought that it was a complementary target for virtual creation pseudo. Furthermore, the blessed race of the World Tree would definitely be eyeing the pivotal snake. Han Shao did not want to leave the shallow dimension either. Even if he supported the main universe, he would only send out a portion of the mechanical oracles. His main body would still stay in the secondary dimension to guard. The World Tree was not willing to wait for death. While invading the three universal civilizations' territory, it would not give up on dealing with the pivotal snake. He did not know what the other party was planning, so he had to be careful. However, although it's not very useful, it's not bad to cause trouble for them. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about being attacked on a large scale like before. If they fight me head-on, Wouldn't that be beautiful? Han Xiao thought about it, and felt that it was worth a try. Arcane Church, Temple of the Gods. Wernos slowly walked in the corridor formed by tall statues of various shapes and sizes, holding a handful of spiritual lights in his hand. Every time he walked in front of a statue, he would use the corresponding simple ceremony to worship it unhurriedly. Then, he would flick the spiritual light into the statue's body. It looked like he was feeding a pet or baiting a school of fish. This was his daily ritual. Usually, he was alone, but today, there were a bunch of tails behind him. A group of ethereal upper echelons in priest robes and officer uniforms followed behind him. They looked anxious and lowered their voices. Chief Priest, now that the World Tree is invading, our high-level combatants are not enough. I hope you can help. Aren't you afraid that I'll sacrifice myself on the battlefield and drop the country weapon? Wernos said casually without looking back. Of course we don't want to take the risk. We didn't ask you to help during the border war and the invasion of the secondary dimensions. It's just that the situation this time is urgent, and we need you to use some of your god clones to help. An officer said in a low voice. This request was very normal. In the past, Wernos would basically agree, but now, he was acting abnormally. I refuse. Wernos shook his head. This what? I'm only one step away from the transcendent grade. I can obtain an opportunity to advance at any time. I need to maintain my best condition at all times so that I don't miss the opportunity. As long as we don't attack the mother planet of the Arcane Church, don't look for me for anything else. I don't want to waste my strength elsewhere, Wernos said casually. But the other direct descendants are fighting a bloody battle. Isn't it a little? You don't understand. Whether or not I can advance to the transcendent grade is more important than these battles. This is the independence that the Pope personally granted me. I have the right to decide whether I want to participate or not. Wernos waved his hand casually. Stop pestering me here. Go back. The group looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and left with dissatisfaction and depression. Wernos did not care. The last time he failed to advance, causing him to be severely injured, but there was also an unexpected benefit. The ethereal Pope saw that he indeed had the possibility of advancing at any time. So he simply allowed him to decide when to participate in the battle and not listen to the announcement. Therefore, in the past 10 years, Wernos had not participated in the battle, nor had he tried to advance rashly. He had been recuperating and reflecting on why he had failed. Wernos always felt that he was missing some key elements. He had been searching for them until now, but he had not gained anything. He had vaguely discovered the mysterious ability hidden in his body, but it had not been fully activated. It seemed like he could sense something unknown, and his intuition told him that this feeling was very important for his advancement. When I figure out what's going on, I should be able to step into the power of the transcendent grade. Perhaps this is the secret of Black Star's advancement. I won't fail again this time, right? Wernos' eyes flashed. Somewhere in the endless nebula, two fleets were fighting fiercely. One side was the World Tree invaders, and the other side was the Black Star Corps. A large number of charge cabins bit onto the World Tree spaceships, transporting batches of army players to board the spaceships. The World Tree battleships fell from the inside one after another, and many Calamity Grade players wore mechanical suits and roamed the battlefield. Due to the sudden change in the situation, the combat missions of the players also changed. From guarding the border, they suddenly went to different areas to stop the World Tree invaders. The mission format was much richer. The border defense circle of the flickering world had almost transformed into a teleportation station. The multi-dimensional sky opening transportation devices operated nonstop, sending batches of players to the various starfields. Version 5 had unlocked a new level cap. Now, more players had entered the Calamity Grade, and their combat strength had undergone a qualitative change. The lethality of a Calamity Grade who did not fear death was naturally not to be underestimated. Furthermore, it was a large group of them. Although the World Tree also had many Calamity Grade supers, they could not create as many as the players. Everyone could revive, but the World Tree's revival interval was longer, and it had to appear in the Mother Tree's body. It could not revive on the spot like the players, and its effect could not be compared at all. It was equivalent to the player's true strength being several times what it looked like on the surface. Both sides were immortals, and the battle was quite intense. However, the outcome was obvious, and the World Tree Warriors were forced to retreat. This group of immortals is too scary. With so many calamity grades as a suicide squad, only the main elites can contend against them. We can't hold on at all. In the flagship of this World Tree Invader, the commander clicked his tongue in wonder. Ever since the World Tree obtained the information of the three universal civilizations, this information had been shared in the mental network. From the Tree Kings to the basic soldiers, they all understood the division of supers in the three universal civilizations, as well as the strange existences such as the immortals. The adjutant muttered, "There seems to be a limit to the revival of these immortals. If we kill them many times in a short period of time, they won't be able to revive for a certain period of time." The commander muttered, "I wonder what kind of existence this is. What kind of power does their revival come from?" The adjutant shrugged and said, "Maybe they have a world tree too. Who knows?" A few days later, somewhere in the World Tree territory, a wormhole slowly opened and spat out a mechanical body. It was Han Zhao's Lord's avatar. Han Zhao twisted his neck and activated the self-examination of his body. The outer armor opened and closed like scales, revealing fine gaps. He felt the exquisite feeling of the mechanical body and let out a comfortable groan. Because of energy base god of all machines, the transcendent grade Lord's descent had improved his perception. When the beyond grade a Lord descended, there was still a barrier between his perception and the Lord's body. Although he could control it like an arm, he could clearly recognize that it was not his own body. Now that the Lord had descended, the Lord's avatar felt no different from the main body. It did not feel like a mechanical avatar, but like an additional main body, smoother and more exquisite. If one had to give an example, the Lord's descent of a beyond grade, it was like a remote control in virtual reality. It was very real, but he knew in his heart that it was fake. As for the Lord's descent of a transcendent, it felt like he had been reborn again. It feels good. The power of the doppelganger has reached more than 94%. Not bad. Han Zhao clenched his fists and clearly sensed the rhythm of every alloy, every component, and every biochemical tendon in his body. He nodded in satisfaction and looked up at the stars in the World Tree territory. Lightning flashed in his eyes. More than 10 years ago, I was severely injured by you guys and almost died in your base camp. Now is the right time to settle the score with you guys. Chapter 1449. Unexpected discovery. The Mech Legion swarmed out like a black tide and connected together layer by layer, covering the Lord's avatar. They quickly combined and turned into an enormous mechanical deity that spanned across the starry sky. Han Zhao controlled the enormous Supreme Heavenly Venerate's mechanical body and cruised through the galaxy of the World Tree territory, heading toward the starry sky. Not long after, a planet wrapped in roots appeared in his vision, getting closer and closer. Without another word, Han Zhao raised his palm, and a strong psionic light appeared in his palm. The next moment, a thick pillar of light shot out and pierced through the planet like a spear of light, like a steel needle piercing through a meatball. A hole was left on the surface of the planet, and the internal structure was exposed. The crust, the asthenosphere, and the core were clearly separated like a multi-layered cake. After a moment of stagnation, the planet suddenly collapsed inward toward the gap. The crust shattered and turned into molten lava. The asthenosphere surged violently. The brightness of the planet's core suddenly increased, and a strong light burst out from the center. The next moment, there was a loud explosion. The entire planet exploded and turned into an expanding mass of light. Han Zhao's body did not move. The shield automatically blocked the strong shockwave of the planet's explosion. The electric arcs flickered without any damage, as if there were layers of energy hurricanes surrounding him. This time, he was here to cause destruction. He did not need to be as careful as he was more than 10 years ago. What he needed was to make a big fuss. The next moment, the Information Form Alert Network was immediately triggered. Not long after, the entire World Tree civilization knew that Han Shao had suddenly appeared and blown up a planet. Before Han Shao could go far, the surrounding space fluctuated. Batches of World Tree fleets arrived at the area of the incident through the World Tree Express and fired at the planet-sized Supreme Heavenly Venerate without hesitation. The dense rain of light bombarded the Supreme Heavenly Venerate's shield. However, the thunder was loud, but the rain was small. It could only cause large amounts of energy sparks and could not break the indestructible shield. Han Shao raised his hand and clenched it. Energy surged, and he crushed battleships one after another. Although he was surrounded by the fleet, it was as if he had surrounded all the enemies. Very soon, more World Tree fleets arrived at the battlefield through the World Tree Territory's rapid descent channel and joined the battle. More and more battleships surrounded Han Shao and focused their fire on him. On the other side, in the Tree King Palace, the Ancestral Tree King and the Fortitude Tree King were paying attention to Han Zhao's actions through the mental network with solemn expressions. Why did this guy suddenly come here? Fortitude Tree King was surprised. Don't tell me he wants to counterattack our territory alone. It looks like it. The Ancestral Tree King narrowed his eyes. Should we stop it? The Ancestral Tree King shook his head firmly. There's no need. He's very difficult to deal with. The efficiency of the human wave tactic is very low. If we want to stop him, we don't know how many troops we have to invest. We also have to let a portion of the invading troops return as reinforcements. That's exactly what he wants. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch him wreak havoc in our territory? Since we can't stop it, we won't stop it. Let the Mother Tree keep the territory and change the base. We'll leave his place to him. The Ancestral Tree King was resolute and did not hesitate. Actually, there was another way, which was to use the tree god's descent to fight against the transcendent. However, after the last time they fought, the Ancestral Tree King felt that the incomplete tree god's descent would not be able to defeat Black Star, so he did not waste the number of times he could use it and left. Due to the connection of the mental network and the unique Mother Tree mechanism, the World Tree civilization had a huge advantage, which was its ability to execute. As soon as the Ancestral Tree King gave the order, the huge World Tree territory immediately started to change. The intertwined roots of the World Tree vaguely appeared in the starry sky, slowly moving as if they were uprooted one after another. The land that carried the World Tree was the universe space within the territory. Usually, these roots were hidden, but now they appeared one after another. The planets turned into liquid and fused into the roots of the World Tree. The roots of the World Tree also retracted, and the spatial cracks outside the planet disappeared. For a moment, countless starlights dimmed until they dissipated. The originally bustling galaxy slowly turned into a dead and desolate universe. As the World Tree retracted the planets, the star field here was quickly returning to its original state. It was desolate, cold, and dark. Not a single blade of grass grew. Han Shao, who was slaughtering the World Tree fleet, also noticed the abnormal changes in space. This was the first time he had seen the World Tree move its base. When he saw the World Tree roots appear in the sky, he started to exit the rooted state. Are you planning to move as soon as you see me? How decisive. Han Shao was surprised. Without the rooted state, the World Tree Express could not be used. The World Tree fleet received the order and immediately ended the siege. They took advantage of the last moment to quickly teleport out, planning to retreat. Han Shao crushed another fleet. Suddenly, he activated the tree god's character summon card. Swoosh! The next moment, spatial cracks suddenly tore open around the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Roots suddenly shot out and swept through the fleet, swallowing batches of battleships. The roots he summoned with the character summon card flowed with blue light, completely different from the green World Tree's main body. How can he use the power of the World Tree? The Ancestral Tree King had been paying attention. And when he saw this, he was stunned. Could Black Star be a member of the World Tree? Is he also one of us? That's not right. How is that possible? At the same time, the Mother Tree's consciousness also reacted. The ancestral Tree King sensed surprise from it. The World Tree itself was also stunned. It was surprised that a life form that was not under its control had the same power as it. Han Xiao was controlling the summoned roots to attack the fleet. He felt that it was very novel and interesting. Suddenly, he had a lot of tentacles, and he finally experienced the joy of the Tree King. At this moment, a mental fluctuation suddenly came, bringing with it the ancestral Tree King's shocked question. Black Star, how do you have the power of the World Tree? Guess. Han Xiao could not help but raise his brows. He had activated this character summon card on a whim, mainly to experiment if the roots he had summoned were connected to the World Tree. After the experiment just now, he had already confirmed that the roots formed by the character summon card belonged to him and would not be controlled by the World Tree. It was like a rootless tree that was born out of thin air. Even if it devoured matter, it could only decompose into energy to replenish its own consumption. It was not like the World Tree could preserve information states and transform them. When the time limit of the character summon card ended, these temporarily summoned roots would dissipate on their own, and so would the things they devoured during this period. However, in the eyes of outsiders, these blue roots were extremely similar to the World Tree with him as the source, but they were independent entities. This made the ancestral Tree King's imagination run wild. At this moment, information about the revivers of the explored universe, the immortals, and so on flashed through his mind. The ancestral Tree King's eyes widened as he felt that he had found the truth. I understand. There's actually another World Tree in the universe, and it's on you. The information leaked by the Star Alliance included Han Zhao's life. The ancestral Tree King had always been surprised by how short Han Zhao's rise was. At this moment, he felt enlightened and found an explanation. The undying characteristics of those immortals were very similar to the members of the World Tree. If those immortals were actually members of another World Tree, it would make sense. Black Star had always been pretending that he had nothing to do with it, but he was actually secretly making a fortune. He was the mastermind. 2 World Trees? You sure dare to dream. Han Xiao could not help but laugh at the ancestral Tree King's imagination. He was about to continue speaking, but at this moment, many spatial tunnels suddenly appeared around him. Green roots of the World Tree extended out and wrapped around Han Zhao's blue roots. They were like snakes entangled together, twisting into a fried dough twist. They slowly squirmed, squeezing, pulling, and sticking to each other. Seeing this, Han Xiao paused, and his expression became strange. Why did the scene look so much like a French kiss? It was a little spicy. The corner of Han Zhao's eyes twitched. He could even feel the emotions of the World Tree from the intersection of the roots. It was an extremely fervent and eager thought, containing the desire to fuse with it. Waves of genuine World Tree power flowed into the blue roots along the intersection of the roots. It was actively transmitting its own energy as if it could not wait to share the good stuff. Furthermore, the World Tree was even connecting with the power contained in the blue roots, as if it wanted to achieve some kind of special body fluid exchange. Is it treating the roots, I called out, as its mate? Han Zhao's eyes widened in shock. He had thought that the real World Tree would be hostile to each other when it saw the blue version of him. He did not expect that not only did they not fight, but the World Tree even took the initiative to communicate with him. It did not have any hostility at all and was even very warm. Could it be that this was because the real World Tree had always been a unique existence and was lonely? Now that it had finally found someone of its own kind, its mating habits were ignited. Its hunger and thirst were unbearable, and its instincts took over. The ancients did not lie to me. There can't be 2 tigers on one mountain, unless one is male and one is female. Han Zhao's interest was piqued. On the other side, the ancestral Tree King was completely dumbfounded. As the Tree King, He could feel the joy and excitement coming from the mother tree's consciousness. Even the way he looked at Han Xiao was affected. Han Xiao, who was supposed to be an enemy, actually became friendly in his eyes, and he could not feel any hostility. F***CK, we were about to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? The ancestral tree king quickly shook his head to get rid of the indirect influence of the mother tree's consciousness. What's going on? Han Xiao came back to his senses, chuckled, and said in a teasing tone, "Didn't you say that there are two world trees? Mine is male, and yours is female. Your female won't work when it sees my male." The ancestral tree king was furious. Bullsh asterisk T. Why does the female not work when she sees the male? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Wow, I didn't expect you to be such an outstanding fist artist. Han Xiao was speechless. He turned his head to look at the blue and green roots that were tangling with each other and suddenly chuckled. This is too proactive. By the way, your mother tree is amazing. Although the ancestral tree king did not understand Han Xiao's teasing, he knew that it was not a good thing. He felt an inexplicable sourness, and the green light on his body seemed to have become even brighter. He deactivated the mental communication and suppressed his anger. With a dark expression, he ordered the troops to retreat faster. Not long after, the World Tree finally retracted its base camp. The fleet that surrounded Han Xiao either died or fled, and the World Tree roots that were crazily looking for a mate also reluctantly retracted into the spatial tunnel. No matter how it teased, the blue roots that Han Xiao summoned with the character summon card did not respond. In reality, it was because the blue roots were a temporary rootless tree. It was a real, castrated version of an ability that was completely under Han Xiao's control. It did not have any self-consciousness and did not have such abilities. Not long after, the time of the tree god character summon card was up. The blue roots shattered inch by inch, turning into light fragments and dissipating. Only the supreme heavenly venerate was left floating in the desolate universe. The World Tree had already abandoned its territory, and all the planets and individuals had returned to the Mother Tree. It was as if it was so scared by Han Xiao that it did not even want its base camp and moved overnight. The truth was more or less the same. Just one word, grandeur. TSK, unknowingly, my deterrence has already become so strong. Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. If it were anyone else, they would most likely not be able to swallow their pride and run away. It was impossible for such a large civilization to be scared by him to the point of abandoning their home. At the very least, they would send out enough troops to fight a big battle until they suffered heavy casualties and felt that they could not hold on anymore. Only then would they have a reasonable reason to retreat. However, the World Tree did not care about this kind of thing. It left as soon as it said so. It did not feel embarrassed at all. He had not even used it yet. This kind of enemy was the most difficult to deal with. Although forcing the World Tree to move can slightly cause them some trouble, it can't solve the root cause. However, this trip was not a loss. I seem to have discovered something interesting. Han Xiao revealed a playful smile. He did not expect the tree god character summon card to have such a wonderful effect. Now that I've used it once for an experiment, there are still 3 uses left for this character summon card. It might have a miraculous effect at the right time. Thank you, and T Tianfu for your reward. In a chapter. Chapter 1450. The World Tree moved overnight, so the idea of causing a ruckus naturally fell through. Han Xiao left behind a batch of mechanical troops in this star field that had regained its emptiness before retracting his lord's avatar. With the World Tree's mechanism, as long as it was not interfered with, their base camp could be built in any area of the universe. They had destroyed many civilizations over the years and had the coordinates of many areas. They could just find a place that they had already turned into a desolate universe belt and move there. The migration process had a certain impact on their invasion at the front line, causing a slight gap in support. Han Xiao told the 3 universal civilizations about this. After learning that the World Tree was scared by Han Xiao alone, the 3 leaders were shocked and ordered the Strategic Command Center to make the corresponding adjustments. The flames of war raged throughout the explored universe, and more than a month passed quickly. Under the attacks of the Galactic Alliance Army, the first wave of the World Tree's invasion finally stopped. Although the World Tree's arrival was fierce and caused quite a bit of panic in the galactic society, in terms of actual benefits, the first wave of the World Tree's invasion did not cause much damage. Most of the invading teams were intercepted by the Galactic Alliance Army. Although they had devoured some planets, this number was just a drop in the ocean to the entire explored universe. Furthermore, they were scattered everywhere. Although the three universal civilizations did not have powerful defensive equipment like the Information Form Warning Network and the World Tree Express, the multidimensional sky opening transportation device was also sharp, allowing the Galactic Alliance Army to have extremely strong military mobility. As long as they discovered an invader somewhere, they could instantly send reinforcements. If it were any other civilization, they would be extremely passive in the face of the World Tree's unpredictable harassment and invasion. This was the war of attrition that the World Tree was good at, and the technology of the three universal civilizations countered the World Tree's usual tactics, preventing it from achieving the best effect. Of course, although the first wave of the World Tree's invasion was repelled, there were still many World Tree fleets left in the galactic society. Was this the weakness of the three universal civilizations? Did they not have a sharp enough monitoring device? Although the reinforcements were very fast, as long as the World Tree fleet hid and did not appear, it was very difficult for them to lock onto the enemy in their territory. After resolving the current emergency, the upper echelons of the Galactic Alliance Army invited the various officers in the upper echelons of the Beyond Grade A Association to hold a strategy meeting to analyze and summarize the current situation. They discussed the follow-up actions. Although the traitor leaked the information, causing the World Tree to invade the entire territory, but our situation is not as bad as we thought it would be. The vast territory and the extremely fast speed of reinforcements are the two things we rely on to maintain the situation. They have already played an important role in the war. Tenny pointed at the 3D star map on the table and summarized the current situation. Many participants had the same star map model floating in front of them, displaying the current strategic deployment. According to the statistics, most of the targets of the World Tree invasion are military facilities, resource planets, civilization mother planets, and beyond Grade A territories. From this, it can be seen that the World Tree's primary strategic intention is to destroy our productivity and social stability. However, at present, the World Tree has not succeeded many times. We have already secretly moved important facilities in the early years. Some of the information leaked by the traitor is outdated. Tenny spoke frankly. The Star Alliance observers were too low-key, so they could only obtain general information from the internet. Therefore, the information was lagging behind. Therefore, some confidential information of an advanced civilization, the Star Alliance observers naturally had no way of knowing. The most valuable information they had leaked to the World Tree, it was still a star map and space coordinates. Does this mean that the traitor's status is not high? An officer asked. Not necessarily. Maybe it's just a disguise, another person retorted. Tenny interrupted them. Coughed dryly. He said, cough. As for the traitor, we have other people in charge. We don't need to discuss this matter. Let's get back to the main topic. Our intercepting efficiency is not bad, and it's all thanks to the support of His Excellency Black Star and the Beyond Grade A Association. Otherwise, the high-level combatants of the World Tree would have been able to wreak havoc for a long time. Hearing this, the officers turned around and nodded at the representatives of the Beyond Grade A Association, sending out a friendly signal. Han Shao nodded and said, "This time, we have annihilated many World Tree experts. They will need at least a year or two to make a comeback." His mechanical oracles had cooperated with the Beyond Grade as of the Association, the direct descendants, and the Holy Covenant to eliminate a large number of high-level combatants of the World Tree. They had sent at least 200 to 300 people to be watered and would not be able to return anytime soon. Some of the foreign experts encountered Han Zhao's Lord's avatar and were hit by virtual purification restore. They self-destructed on the spot and turned into fireworks. Other than dying in battle, there were also some high-level combatants of the World Tree that were used by Han Zhao to test the effect of information form obliteration or sealed by the space-time amber to become his collection. There were about 30 of them. The World Tree had permanently lost these powerful individuals and could no longer revive. It could be considered a loss. Due to the division of the battlefront, some beyond grade, as on the three universal civilizations side, had also died. They were listed on the Soul Comfort Monument set up by the three universal civilizations and recorded a new number of deaths. Tenny then turned to look at Manison and said with a deep voice, "The mechanical race's territory was also the focus of the invasion this time. We did not arrive in time to provide reinforcements. Fortunately, Your Excellency, the Mecha Empire repelled the enemy. I apologize to you here. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Manison waved his hand and said calmly. Everyone had a strange expression. Manison was one of them. He had hidden an extremely large armed mech legion in the mechanical race's territory. He did not need the support of the Galactic Alliance army and destroyed the World Tree invaders on his own. The strength he displayed was shocking. Although Manison was no longer the face of the mechanic class, the wealth he had accumulated over the years was not just for show. Among the beyond grade, as he still had a lot of weight. This time, an officer suddenly said thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, the Supercluster Alliance also contributed a lot this time. They sent a large number of troops to provide support. Speaking of which, I thought of something abnormal. The World Tree's invasion seemed to have deliberately avoided the territory of the Supercluster Alliance and only harassed them on a small scale. That's why the Supercluster was able to help. It's indeed a little strange." The officers had strange expressions. In their eyes, the World Tree did not treat the Supercluster Alliance as an invader, which was a little strange. For some reason, it gave them a feeling that they were in cahoots with each other. The suspicion of being a traitor was not small. However, the Supercluster Alliance did not just stand by and watch. Instead, they took the initiative to provide support to the Galactic Alliance army. This was another good action, which confused many of the upper echelons of the military. The Supercluster Alliance did this to fulfill their agreement with Han Zhao. If they did not take the initiative to provide support, the three universal civilizations would have been even more suspicious of them. Now, they were more confused than doubtful, and there were no signs of internal strife for the time being. Listening to everyone's discussion, Han Zhao's expression remained the same. He had persuaded the Superstar Cluster Alliance and barely suppressed the intensification of the internal suspicions. However, he did not intend to say it out loud, hiding his achievements and fame. At this time, Commander Simon took over the conversation and stopped the discussion in this regard. He pulled back to the main topic and said, "Currently, there are two problems that we need to pay attention to. One is to clean up the hibernating World Tree invaders. Most of their troops have been chased away, but there is still a small number of troops left in the territory. This is a hidden danger, and it has put quite a bit of mental pressure on the Galactic Society. What do you all think?" The three universal civilizations had resolved the first wave of invasion, but the aftereffects were serious. Because the World Tree had suddenly crossed the defense line, the people were panicking and chaos broke out everywhere. The three universal civilizations had no choice but to spend more effort to deal with the refugees. In this regard, the three universal civilizations were no different from normal civilizations. After all, the World Tree's social system that had almost no internal friction was in the minority. After some discussion, the result was nothing more than to strengthen the military control of wartime policies. Now is not the time to talk about freedom. Seeing this, Simon continued, "Also, we have to figure out the World Tree's next move and make some preparations in advance. They did not invade the central galaxy this time, but they will make their move sooner or later. They need to race against time more than us, so they won't be able to wait for long." A group of military upper echelons started discussing this topic. Han Zhao and the others did not participate and just listened silently from the side. After discussing for a while, the military finally came to a consensus. The meeting ended for the time being, and the participants passed down the order. Secondary Dimension World. World Tree-Blessed Race Territory. Tree roots intertwined to form a spiral-shaped tower that stood at the center of the land. Around it were buildings formed from giant trees, forming a tree city where countless clan members lived and prospered. Spatial rifts would open from time to time, and battleships of the blessed race would come and go. Two figures floated in the blue-green sky, looking down at the tree city below. One was the ancestral Tree King, and the other was a female figure wearing a gorgeous robe. Her skin was like tender leaves, glowing with a green light. Her long white hair draped behind her back, and there was a complicated and mysterious mark on her forehead. This person was one of the 13 ancestral spirits, and her name was Helene. Your Excellency Tree King, why are you looking for me? I have a mission for you. Speak. The secret Tree King won't be able to return. His crown needs a new owner, and we also need a new Tree King. Are you interested? Hearing this, Helene could not help but turn to look at the ancestral Tree King with surprise in her eyes. I'm qualified to be the Tree King? Of course, your magic strength has already reached the standard for this position. The ancestral Tree King nodded. Helene narrowed her eyes. I'm indeed interested, but there are mages stronger than me. Why did you choose me? I only said that you're qualified. I didn't choose you, the ancestral Tree King said calmly. Under normal circumstances, the position of Tree King will not be yours. What I mean is, if you want to become the Tree King, I can give you a chance. As long as you complete one thing, you can inherit the crown of the secret Tree King. The magic left behind by generations of Tree Kings is stored inside. I believe you will be interested. What do you want me to do? I know that your genes mutated in your early years and fused with your magic power. You entered the rare Warlock branch and formed some strange talent spells. You can hide your existence in a very strange way and are very good at stealth and spying. Now that civilization is facing an unprecedented threat, we need your ability to assassinate the pivotal snake infant that Black Star is protecting, the ancestral Tree King said with a deep voice. Are you asking me to die? Helene frowned. The ancestral Tree King shook his head and raised his palm. A black-green liquid substance suddenly seeped out of his palm and floated in midair. Then, the shadow of a golden leaf appeared beside him, and the two things circled above his palm. These are the two key items for carrying out the mission. One is a deadly poisonous substance that the mother tree specially synthesized to restrain its natural enemy. As long as it's used on the pivotal snake, it can quickly deprive the other party of their vitality. Whether it's injected or poisoned in food, it will be effective. This golden leaf is a child treasure evolved from the mother tree. It's called the Leaf Concealment Robe. It can hide your tracks on all levels and strengthen your stealth ability. Helene's expression changed as she hesitantly took the two items. Seeing this, the ancestral Tree King calmly said, "The growth of the pivotal snake is very fast. The mother tree's perception of it is getting clearer and clearer. If you follow the guidance, you will be able to find its traces. As long as you can kill the pivotal snake, you will be the hero of the civilization. When you return, this Tree King crown will be yours." Helene played with the two items and hesitated for a while before finally nodding. "I can try." Chapter 1451. In a desolate universe built in the explored universe. The spies of the Star Alliance were paying attention to the progress of the battle on the news and were somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation. The three universal civilizations repelled the first wave of the World Tree's invasion and still managed to stabilize the situation despite the sudden chaos. As expected of a universal civilization that is in one, they are indeed not easy to deal with. The World Tree's attack is a little weaker. No, it should be said that the resistance of the three universal civilizations is too strong. They leaked the information because they wanted to see the World Tree invade and bring despair to the three universal civilizations. However, the current situation was far from what they had expected. The good news is that although the world tree's speed of encroaching on the territory is slow, it will accumulate. Sooner or later, it will cause the three universal civilizations to fall into a situation of eternal damnation. There is no chance of comeback. Yes, the resistance of the three universal civilizations will only gradually weaken and die slowly. I hope I can see this day before my lifespan ends. The spies of the Star Alliance calmed down and regained their confidence. In their eyes, this was a long-term war that might last decades or centuries. They decided to wait patiently. No matter how long it took, they had to witness the defeat of the three universal civilizations. Under the harassment of the World Tree's full-scale invasion, the galactic residents' lives were in deep water. Every day felt like a year, and they spent more than half a year in the flames of war. The World Tree had launched a large-scale invasion of the various star fields more than once. The three universal civilizations resisted endlessly, and the two sides fought back and forth. In half a year, hundreds of thousands of battles of various sizes had broken out, and the cold universe was filled with endless blood. Many places had traces of the battle between the two sides. The Strategic Command Center calculated the losses. Adding up the scattered planets, the total area of land swallowed by the World Tree was equivalent to 3.5 star systems. Compared to the star fields that could easily reach hundreds of star systems, this loss was not much. There were more than 10 star fields in the explored universe, and the planets taken away by the World Tree were just a drop in the ocean. According to this trend, the World Tree would theoretically need hundreds or thousands of years to defeat the Galactic Alliance army and devour the entire explored universe. However, the three universal civilizations would not relax because of this. To them, every inch of land had to be fought for. Many players followed the fleets to fight against the invaders, and their experience was quickly accumulated. More and more players stepped into the Calamity Grade. On the other hand, Carrot, Evans, and the other new Beyond Grade, as were also rushing from battlefield to battlefield, how could they have so many combat opportunities? The strength of these Beyond Grade as grew rapidly. As for Han Xiao, he had been guarding the shallow layer dimensions alone for more than half a year. The blessed race of the World Tree had invaded 17 times. All of them were killed to the point where they threw away their armor and fled. It was impossible to shake the secondary dimension defense line he was in charge of. Apart from that, Han Xiao had been focused on nurturing the pivotal snake, find a way to make it stand up, mating with a secondary dimension, and giving birth to an embryo. Originally, he did not have much hope because the pivotal snake was a baby after all. Reproduction was a pressure that it should not bear at its age. But what Han Xiao didn't expect was the experiment was a success. Not only did the pivotal snake baby stand up, but it was also very firm. It eagerly exploded 3 secondary dimensions that had given birth to ignorant consciousnesses, leaving behind 3 embryos. However, after studying the snake film that was specially recorded, Han Xiao also found the reason. Was it because of the pursuit of the World Tree and the dangers of the secondary dimension? The life of the pivotal snake was very difficult. So perhaps mating and giving birth to offspring as soon as possible after birth was an instinct engraved in their genes. Their reproductive ability was naturally mature, and they did not need to wait until they reached adulthood to give birth. With 3 embryos, he had finally opened the door to the breeding industry. Han Xiao had spent most of his time on this. He had made the breeder, the realmless king, bleed a lot. However, he did not convert the pivotal snake baby into a virtual life form. Because of this, was he waiting for the embryos to mature? After having the second and third pivotal snake, he planned to try this plan. He was being cautious. On this day, Han Xiao received news from Oathkeeper and Kasui. He planned to visit them together, so he invited the 2 of them to the base as guests. In the circular corridor of the observatory, the 3 of them walked side by side at a leisurely pace, chatting with one another. The dazzling aurora outside the window shone through the observation window, leaving mottled shadows on the 3 of them. Han Xiao held 2 mechanical balls in one hand and smiled. "Why do you have time to visit me today?" How's the war in the main universe? The Galactic Alliance army has repelled another wave of the World Tree's invasion. We can rest for a while, so we came to see you. Kasui smiled. What about him? Han Xiao turned to look at Oathkeeper. When did you guys get together? Are you going to care who I make friends with too? Black Star, you're so powerful. Oathkeeper said with his hands behind his back. What are you talking about? I'm just afraid that you'll be led astray by Kasui. He's an old best actor who doesn't look the same. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. You have no right to say that about me. Kasui rolled his eyes. The three of them chatted for a while before Oathkeeper started talking about serious matters. Speaking of which, in the past half a year of war, some beyond great have died. When do you plan to revive them? Han Xiao shook his head. I don't have any plans for now. Although my authority is high, it will take about 2 to 3 months to go to the sanctum. If I'm not here, it's easy for changes to happen. Protecting the pivotal snake is more important now, so I can't leave yet. Oathkeeper nodded and suddenly changed the topic. When the war is over, I will leave the explored universe. I will leave everything about the Holy Covenant to you. Han Xiao was stunned. What are you doing? What grudge do we have? You suddenly made me panic. At this time, Kasui also smiled and said, same for me. After this battle, I'll leave with him. What's wrong? Are the two of you eloping? Han Xiao had a strange expression. Is this what you came to talk to me about today? What are you doing? Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Kasui shrugged. It's just a long trip. Although it's convenient to stay in the Galactic Society, this is only a corner of the world. The universe is so big. I want to take a look. The underworld is also very big. Do you want to take a look? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and cursed in his heart. You can go if you want. It's not like I won't let you go. Or do you want me to ask you to stay? Oathkeeper said, that's not it. The unexplored universe is full of unknown dangers. We came to inform you in advance. We hope that every time you enter the sanctum, you will use revive on us. If we are still alive, it will naturally have no effect. If we unfortunately die and do not send back any news, you can revive us. That's it. So you guys are going out to have fun, and you want me to stay at home? Han Xiao said unhappily. That's more or less what I mean. Kasui was not embarrassed at all. Han Xiao was speechless. He waved his hand. All right, I'll remember this. But aren't you guys talking too early? The war isn't over yet. Didn't you hear the analysis of the General Staff? They estimate that this war will take another 200 to 500 years under normal circumstances. Kasui laughed. That's for ordinary people. How can we, the upper echelons, not know? As long as the pivotal snake on your side matures, it will be the time for us to officially counterattack. It won't take that long. That's hard to say. Han Xiao shook his head and said, the pivotal snake is similar to most creatures. It has 6 growth stages, namely the embryonic stage, infant stage, juvenile stage, adult stage, and old stage. Although the pivotal snake is growing quickly, it has only been less than a year since it broke out of its shell. At most, it's in the infant stage, and it's still too far from adulthood. No matter what, it definitely won't take a few hundred years for the pivotal snake to reach adulthood. I estimate it will take at most 10 to 30 years, Oathkeeper judged. That's not short. Han Xiao spread his hands. That's why the Expeditionary Army still has to continue moving. We have to look for the World Tree's main body on both fronts. Now that we and the World Tree know each other's background, we don't have to worry about intelligence leaks anymore. The Expeditionary Army doesn't have to be as sneaky as before. Kasui suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, do you have someone called Harrison under you? You know him? Han Xiao was surprised. I went to support a battlefield previously, and it happened to be not far from the Blue Star Civilization's refuge planet. Therefore, after the battle, I went to Floating Dragon Island to take a look. Ames was not at home, and her general manager, Jenny, received me. She knows about our relationship and wants me to pass a message to you. What message? Han Xiao was curious. She said she's pregnant. Kasui's tone was playful. F*CK. Han Xiao was shocked. It's not mine. I've never mated with her. Don't F*King talk nonsense. What are you thinking? Kasui raised his eyebrows. She said that the child's father is Harrison, not you. Why are you so agitated? Phew, that's good. Next time, can you finish speaking in one breath? Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, but he was secretly frustrated. If Ames misunderstood that he was having an affair with her sister, it would be interesting. Kusui sized him up and laughed. A transcendent is actually afraid of a mere Ames? What do you mean by afraid? What do you know? No matter how strong you are, you can't use it to intimidate your family. This is called protecting family harmony. Han Xiao had a look of disdain. Kusui did not comment and continued. Anyway, Jenny asked me to tell you that she hopes you can persuade Harrison to give up his position in the Expeditionary Army and not take any more risks. She doesn't want the child to be born without a father. Hearing this, Han Xiao stopped joking and got Philip to check on Harrison's current situation. He would not go through his subordinate's privacy for no reason, and he had only found out about this today. In the past, he only knew that the two of them had a little ambiguous relationship, but they had not confirmed their relationship. After some investigation, he realized that the two of them had only officially gotten together in the past half a year. In the past 10 years, Harrison had been participating in the expedition in the secondary dimension and rarely contacted Jenny. He had thought that he could not take care of their relationship, but Jenny did not know if it was because no one wanted her or because she was old and did not want to waste her time alone. Not only did she not complain, but her feelings for Harrison grew deeper. More than half a year ago, the Expeditionary Army's outpost was broken through by the blessed race of the World Tree. The Expeditionary Army suffered heavy losses, and Harrison escaped with his life. During the time when the Expeditionary Army was regrouping, he finally had the time to return to the main universe. He had escaped death, and Jenny had finally succeeded. The long-distance relationship had come to fruition, and they seemed to have made up their minds to reproduce. They did not take any safety measures and were in full swing. A month ago, Harrison returned to the Expeditionary Army and left Jenny's side. Han Xiao looked at the file and said curiously, "It seems like no one recruited him. He actually returned to the Expeditionary Army voluntarily." Because of the pivotal snake, Han Xiao did not continue to force Harrison to participate in the subsequent expeditionary exploration. Now, he realized that it was Harrison's spontaneous action. Why is this guy so proactive? Han Xiao was curious. Using the Realmless King as a transit station, he contacted Harrison, who had the mark. A few seconds later, the call went through. "Your Excellency Black Star." Harrison's remote projection appeared and bowed to Han Xiao. "There's no need to be so polite. It's like this. Jenny is pregnant, and she wants me to persuade you not to take risks with the Expeditionary Army. Besides, the main force doesn't lack you. How is it? Do you want to go back?" Han Xiao went straight to the point. Hearing that, Harrison shook his head gently. "I appreciate her kindness, but I won't go back. I noticed that you joined the expedition voluntarily this time. What do you think?" Han Xiao asked. Harrison was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "When I was on Floating Dragon Island, I came into contact with many refugees. Do you know their current state? They live in fear every day. Many people can't bear the pressure and choose to free themselves. The people who are alive are afraid of the unknown tomorrow. No one knows if they will become the target of the World Tree's invasion one day. A new religion is popular, and countless people are looking for comfort in it. Everyone is praying for the war to end soon. You said that my luck is very good, and I'm very suitable for finding things. I don't know if that's true, but I hope that you're right. I hope that this illusory luck can play a role and contribute to ending the war as soon as possible." Han Xiao raised his brows and chuckled. "Not bad. You made me respect you a little. However, you should know that the pivotal snake is in our hands now, and our chances of winning are very high. The Expeditionary Army is no longer the only way, and it might not be useful. The main force doesn't lack you. Your actions might be useless, and there's a risk of losing your life. Why don't you go back and accompany your unborn child?" Harrison shook his head. "I don't want to enjoy myself under your protection because of these reasons. I have my colleagues here, and I don't want to run away. Please don't persuade me anymore. I made up my mind." "All right, I won't persuade you anymore. Be careful." Han Xiao nodded. If it's possible, please tell Ginny that I love her. Little brother, these words. The moment you say it, your death omen is flashing. Do you know that? If you want to say it, tell her yourself. Who do you think I am? Your mouthpiece. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and hung up without waiting for Harrison's reply. Little brother, you don't have to thank me. I'm helping you save your life. Kasuyi listened to the entire process and sighed. You have a good officer. He wasn't like this in the past. He used to be a curious child at most, but from the looks of it, he's already an adult. Han Xiao paused for a moment before smiling. This person is a little stupid, but the world needs some idiots like him. Maybe he can really bring me some surprises. Chapter 1452. More than 10 refugee transport ships sped through the starry sky in panic. Behind them, a World Tree fleet was chasing after them relentlessly. The atmosphere in the cabin of the transport ship was tense. A large number of refugees were in a state of panic, especially the most damaged White Mountain. The word despair was written all over the refugees' faces. The reinforcements we called for haven't arrived yet. If this continues, we'll be caught. The captain of White Mountain was sweating profusely as he stared at the ship inspection report on the virtual screen. On the three-dimensional virtual model of White Mountain, the functional modules were malfunctioning red. The entire spaceship was on the verge of being paralyzed. A quarter of the 28 propulsion engines were damaged, and the power of the energy core had dropped to 74%. Due to the frequent invasions of the World Tree, some refugee planets were no longer safe. The Galactic Alliance Army formed a transport fleet to migrate the refugees in these areas. This small fleet was tasked with this mission to transport a portion of the refugees. However, halfway through, they coincidentally bumped into the World Tree fleet that was hiding in their territory. A battle broke out, and the smaller guard fleet was completely wiped out. Most of the transport ships were destroyed on the spot, and the remaining fleet fled in panic, but they were still chased by the World Tree fleet. The White Mountain transport ship was the most severely damaged among the existing starships. The modules of the spaceship malfunctioned, and its speed gradually decreased, slowing down the entire fleet. At most, we can last for another 10 minutes before the engines shut down. There's a barren planet with a serial number ahead. Should we land? The adjutant's trembling voice sounded. The captain of White Mountain clenched his fists and hesitated. If they were forced to land, the entire ship would have no way to escape. They could only let the guards on the ship bring the refugees to hide on the planet and wait for reinforcements. The suggestions of the other captains came from the communication channel. White Mountain land. Your ship is no longer able to keep up with the speed of the main fleet. We can't slow down and wait for you. You'll be alone sooner or later. Instead of being paralyzed in space, you might as well hide on the planet. At least you'll have a chance of survival. Leave the White Mountain behind and help us by some time to save more refugees. Some people analyzed rationally, while others made blatant requests. They were all trying to persuade the White Mountain to stay. I understand. The captain of the White Mountain ship had a helpless expression as he felt sorrowful. He understood the mentality of sacrificing friends rather than oneself. From the perspective of command, it was best to abandon a burden like them and stay behind to delay and buy time for more refugees on the other ships. But even so, he felt very guilty. In the report, this batch of refugees was just a line of cold numbers, but at this moment, they were all living people. Using his own boat of refugees to help even more refugees might be in line with his calculations. But in terms of reason, he couldn't bear to do so. These refugees were not soldiers, and they did not have the consciousness to sacrifice themselves. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to make this decision after discussing it with the refugees. Otherwise, it would most likely lead to a mutiny. He could only silently lead them to stay behind to cover the retreat, while the others still had hope and still believed in the captain. This ruined their hope of escaping, and this made him feel bad. Just as they were in a dilemma, the desolate planet appeared in front of the transport fleet. The eyes of the captains lit up as they saw an unmarked small-armed fleet docked on the surface of the planet. It was only when they got closer that the radar detected their presence. There's a fleet lying in ambush here. He doesn't look like someone from the World Tree. Are they our reinforcements? Forget it. No matter who it is, they're all part of the Galactic Society. Quick, contact the other party and send the signal. All of a sudden, the captains were overjoyed. They thought that reinforcements had arrived and hurriedly sent out a request for help. On the other side, Penguin and the others, who were resting on this desolate planet, were stunned and started discussing. This seems to be a refugee army that's fleeing. There's a World Tree fleet chasing after them. They're asking for our help. What should we do? Should we help? Don't help. The lives of the galactic residents under the 3 universal civilizations have nothing to do with us. Let's go, don't get involved. Everyone quickly exchanged opinions and reached a consensus. This group of Avengers was not on the side of the 3 universal civilizations. Even if the World Tree invaded, it had nothing to do with them. It was already benevolent of them not to hit the 3 universal civilizations when they were down. Penguin was silent for a while before saying, in that case, reject all their contact requests and leave this place immediately. The captains of the transport fleet were looking forward to the reply of this unfamiliar armed fleet, but all communication requests were like stones sinking into the sea. The next moment, their expressions changed. They saw this unfamiliar armed fleet rising into the sky, ignoring the call for help and heading in another direction. It was obvious that they were leaving them and did not want to support them. They're gone. They're not our reinforcements. Looks like we can't count on this team. The captain's hopes were dashed, and they immediately became listless. Seeing that there was no turning point, the captain of White Mountain gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. All units, take note. Separate the cargo compartment at the bottom of the ship and carry all the crew members for an orbital landing. Set the procedures for the peeled outer hull to turn around and face the attack. Cover your brothers as they leave. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned solemn. They knew that White Mountain had chosen to sacrifice itself. Although they hoped so, when it actually happened, they were not very happy. They had mixed feelings. Very soon, the two of them split up. The majority of the fleet continued to flee into the distance, while White Mountain decelerated and left the fleet. It turned around and flew toward the desolate planet. It looked like a lone stream of light in a group of meteors. In outer space, White Mountain quickly completed its transformation. The thick armor shell was unlocked, and the mechanical components started moving one after another. The entire carrier ship arched like a prawn, and the cabin at the belly of the ship suddenly separated, turning into a steel-gray escape ship. Its size had shrunk by a lot, and it had almost no weapon components. It was forced to land on the planet. As for the ship that was left on the spot, it was like a hollow armor shell that changed direction on its own. The turrets on the ship fired fiercely toward the back, trying to stop the World Tree fleet that was gradually approaching. Bang! The escaped ship landed heavily on the planet's surface, creating a ring-shaped crater. Let's read it. All the cabin doors opened at the same time, and the refugees who were forced to change their simple life support hurriedly rushed out of the cabin. They looked up at the sky with despair and panic in their eyes. The World Tree fleet had already arrived in outer space, and a round of focused fire destroyed the armor shell they had left in outer space. It slowly descended and expanded in front of everyone like a shadow. Why did you stop? Why did you land here? You surrounded us. The refugees were in an uproar. They glared at the guards beside them with hatred and anger. Without them knowing, the captain had ordered the spaceship to land, instantly reducing their chances of escaping to zero. Everyone, listen up. Follow the soldiers on the ship and spread out. The captain of White Mountain did not explain. Now was not the time to say anything. He could only harden his heart and give the order coldly. He knew that the chances of everyone surviving were close to zero after the forced landing, but he still wanted to make one last effort and hide with the refugees. However, the next moment, when he saw the actions of the World Tree battleships clearly, he finally fell into despair. The cannons of the World Tree fleet were all aimed at the planet's surface. They were clearly preparing to save time and wipe out the planet directly. We're dead meat. However, I've delayed the World Tree Fleet by firing a few rounds here. My mission is completed. The captain of White Mountain clenched his fists, and his expression changed rapidly. There was unwillingness, but there was also a hint of relief. However, just as the crowd raised their heads and welcomed the Star Destroyer cannon that destroyed them with eyes filled with fear, a resplendent light suddenly shot over from another direction in the starry sky, piercing through several World Tree battleships and exploding into fireworks. Everyone looked over in shock and saw a meteor wrapped in dense flames rapidly approaching. Dense, pugilist flames shot out crazily like heavy cannons, bombarding the World Tree Fleet one after another. The battleships were blown into pieces one after another. Behind Penguin was the armed fleet that had just left. At this moment, they returned and crippled the World Tree Fleet that was not too large in size in the blink of an eye. The battle did not last long. Under the watchful eyes of the crew of White Mountain, Penguin led the Avenger fleet and quickly swept through the enemy ships that filled the sky. The huge World Tree Fleet was only left with wreckage and parts floating in outer space. This wave of narrowly escaping death made the refugees unable to control their emotions. The crowd cheered in joy. The captain of White Mountain seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly got someone to contact this armed fleet to express his gratitude. However, after the other party finished fighting the World Tree Fleet, they still did not reply coldly. They had no intention of communicating, as if they had only done a small favor. They turned around and left without saying anything, not even bothering to clean up the battlefield. This is obviously not the Galactic Alliance army. What kind of army is it? The captain of White Mountain looked at the departing Avenger fleet and muttered to himself in a daze. At this moment, Penguin returned to the main ship, and his other companions surrounded him with strange expressions. "You're really something. You said that you wouldn't get involved in the war, but you suddenly made us turn around and kill our way back. If we are targeted by the World Tree because of this battle, it will be troublesome. It will not be beneficial for us to accumulate our forces. Whose side are you on?" The attitude of the few of them was as if they were denouncing him. Penguin did not mind and waved his hand expressionlessly. "I've changed my mind. Although we won't take the initiative to participate in the war, if we encounter such a thing again in the future, we'll save them if we can. Our target of revenge is the three universal civilizations regime. The ordinary galactic citizens have no enmity with us. This is exposing our existence," one of his companions said with dissatisfaction. "To Black Star, our existence is not a secret. If we cause a negative impact on the war, he can tell the three universal civilizations about us at any time. After all, he has never been on the same side as us." Penguin paused for a moment before saying with a deep voice, "Furthermore, more than half of the Galactic Society has guessed that the World Tree's full invasion is because a traitor leaked the information. Do you think Black Star will suspect us?" Everyone was stunned. In his opinion, we have sufficient motive to do so. If we don't express our goodwill, what if Black Star really thinks that we did it? Therefore, even if we don't participate in the war, we can't completely stay out of it, Penguin explained. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other and were slightly shaken. "You're clearly just a pugilist, but why do we feel that what you say makes sense every time you try to trick us?" Somewhere in the secondary dimension world, a spatial rift opened, and Haleen flew out. Her figure was translucent. With the enhancement of her special talent spell and the leaf invisibility cloak, her current state was close to jumping out of the three realms and not in the five elements. She cannot be observed normally. The whereabouts of the pivotal snake are mysterious, and the mother tree only has a general direction and range. There's no clear location. What should I do? Haleen was a little troubled. After accepting the mission from the Ancestral Tree King, she had been searching for information about the appearance of the pivotal snake for the past half a year, but she could not find any opportunity to assassinate it. Furthermore, Black Star seemed to have been guarding the pivotal snake the entire time. To her, that was the most dangerous place in the universe. She adhered to the principle of not taking any risks and did not dare to approach it. After thinking about it, The only feasible assassination method Helene could think of was to add this snake-killing agent made by the mother tree to some secondary dimensions in the areas where the pivotal snake often appeared. Then she would wait patiently. If the pivotal snake ate one of the secondary dimensions, it would be poisoned. Although this method was very random, she did not have a better way for the time being. After all, she could not control the food source of the pivotal snake, so she could only try her luck. The only advantage of this method was that it was safer. She did not have to take the risk of being exposed to get close to Black Star, giving her a lot of opportunities to try and make mistakes. Helene raised her hand, and a black-green liquid substance floated out. It was the snake-killing agent that the ancestral Tree King had given her. With a flick of her finger, a small drop of black-green liquid separated and merged into the ground of this secondary dimension. There were no visible changes on the surface. "I hope this method works," Helene muttered to herself, feeling uncertain. Chapter 1453. An expedition fleet was cruising in the secondary dimension world, passing through spatial rifts one after another. The bizarre scenery outside the window flashed past Harrison's eyes one by one. He stared at the star map, and the coordinates of the secondary dimensions lit up one after another, drawing the trajectory of the fleet. Behind him, the other crew members carried out their duties. The adjutant stood at the side, pointed at the star map, and said softly, "Following this route, we will cut into the area controlled by the World Tree." Although His Excellency Black Star killed the blessed race of the World Tree and caused a gap in their internal defenses, it's still very dangerous for us to go deep. I know, but only by going deep into the enemy's territory can we find the main body of the World Tree. How can we gain anything without risking our lives? Harrison replied without hesitation. The adjutant pursed his lips and could not help but say, "Sir, why do you have to work so hard? With your relationship with His Excellency Black Star." "All right, don't say such things anymore. You don't have to persuade me." Harrison did not even raise his head. The adjutant smiled bitterly. "Do you think I care about you? The main thing is that if you shrink back, we can take advantage of your relationship and go back to rest," the adjutant said helplessly. "I think we'll give it to you for nothing. If you have the time to worry, you might as well pray that we'll be safe," Harrison replied casually. "If praying is useful, what's the point of having an army?" The adjutant mumbled softly. Harrison glanced at him and was about to say something when his heart suddenly tightened. He frowned and looked out of the window. "Something's wrong. What's wrong?" The adjutant was curious. "I'm a little uneasy," Harrison said softly. "Quick, charge the weapons and prepare for battle." The adjutant and the other crew members panicked and immediately shouted for the fleet to enter battle mode. They had no choice but to take this seriously. Last time, Harrison had been uneasy and the Expeditionary Army's outpost had been destroyed. In their eyes, Harrison was a jinx. Whenever he had a headache or fever, it meant that they were going to suffer together. Harrison looked at the radar screen warily, but there was no abnormal reaction. The uneasiness in his heart gradually subsided, and his brows relaxed. Could it be an illusion? Harrison was a little confused. Shook his head, since he did not discover anything. He was not sure if his senses were wrong. "Sir, don't scare us." Hearing this, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that it was just his bad taste. The expedition fleet quickly disappeared along the spatial rift. And after they left, a translucent figure appeared in this secondary dimension. It was Helene. The exploration team of the 3 universal civilizations. Helene looked in the direction where the fleet had disappeared. Her expression changed several times, but in the end, she did not make a move. During this time, she had been looking for suitable secondary dimensions to add snake-killing agents. Occasionally, she would encounter the 3 universal civilizations troops. Because the World Tree currently has no need to steal information, she didn't make a move. In any case, there were other World Tree-blessed races dealing with these people. She did not want to alert them and expose herself. Her mission was more important. However, The expeditionary army was also useful to her. According to the sailing routes of some fleets, coupled with the mother tree sensing of the pivotal snake, during this period of time, Helene had screened out some areas that might be frequented by the pivotal snake, as well as some secondary dimensions that had a chance of being chosen as food by the pivotal snake. All of them had been spiked with snake-killing agents. This time was no exception. Helene silently cast a spatial spell. Find the traces of Harrison's fleet and fly back to where they came from. Soon, they arrived at a secondary dimension with jagged rocks. The violent radiation dust storm turned into tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth. There were no signs of life in the entire dimension. This place is not bad. Helene nodded. As far as she knew, this kind of secondary dimension that did not give birth to life but had different substances was the food that the pivotal snake preferred. On the other hand, pure energy-type secondary dimensions were not liked. Perhaps it was because of the texture. After all, there were substances that were crunchy. She flicked out the snake-killing agent and watched it merge into the secondary dimension. Only then did she use a teleportation spell to leave and find the next target. Half a month later, the Realmless King brought the pivotal snake through the secondary dimension world. The dense mechanical army protected them like a black cloud. When they passed by the secondary dimensions, everyone would stop for a while to observe the reaction of the pivotal snake. If the pivotal snake did not start eating, they would continue to the next place. Although all secondary dimensions were food, the pivotal snake would not stuff all of them into its mouth. After all, its appetite was limited and it needed time to digest after eating. If it ate too much, it would be full. As long as it was not extremely hungry, the pivotal snake would only start eating when it encountered secondary dimensions that suited its taste. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. It did not need to find its own food, so its taste was becoming more and more picky. After a while, everyone arrived at a secondary dimension with jagged rocks. The pivotal snake immediately twisted and took a fancy to this food. It did not care about the others and started to eat heartily on the spot. The white mist on its body spread out, and wherever it passed, substances were ground and devoured. Seeing this, the Realmless King and the mechanical army retreated to the side, not disturbing the pivotal snake's meal. Seeing the pivotal snake eating happily, the Realmless King sighed in his heart. It's getting more and more troublesome. It's too unbearable. The Realmless King submitted to Han Zhao's tyranny and unwillingly became the breeder of the pivotal snake. Even though his lifespan was almost infinite, when he thought about how his breeding career would continue for decades, he felt like life had given him a heavy hammer. His balls were so painful that they were about to split open, even though he did not have this organ. The scariest thing was that Black Star still had 3 embryos. When all of them hatched, wouldn't he be 4 times happier as a breeder? Furthermore, Black Star would definitely force the pivotal snakes to give birth to small snakes again. 1 would give birth to 2, 2 would give birth to 3, 3 would give birth to all things, and there would be endless descendants. Damn it. When will these days end? The Realmless King shuddered, as if he had seen his bitter future. Just as he was feeling sad for his fate, the pivotal snake that was eating suddenly stopped. It twisted crazily and knocked down mountains one after another. It appeared to be in extreme pain, as if someone had suddenly stuffed a spoon of mustard into its mouth while it was eating. What's going on? The Realmless King was shocked and hurriedly came up to control the pivotal snake. Many mechanical troops also quickly surrounded it. However, the pivotal snake that was controlled by everyone was still struggling with all its might, like a lively fish being pressed onto a chopping board. Psionic Prime quickly scanned the vital signs of the pivotal snake and said coldly, "Something's wrong. The pivotal snake's life force is rapidly withering. Some unknown compound has already spread in its body, like a genetic toxin that is specially targeted at it. It has already caused irreversible damage, and the damage is still expanding. It should have been ambushed. There's an enemy nearby." The Realmless King was shocked. He immediately released all his senses, but he did not discover anything. Our radar can't find it either. I've already called the Lord. He'll be here soon. As soon as Psionic Prime finished speaking, a light lit up beside him. It was Han Xiao teleporting over. What's going on? Han Xiao saw the abnormal situation of the pivotal snake at a glance. His expression changed slightly, and he injected the pivotal snake without hesitation. The combat information immediately popped up on the interface. This time, Psionic Prime and the other mechanical oracles came up to him and said guiltily, "Sorry, we were unknowingly ambushed by the enemy. This is our negligence. Please punish us, Lord. All right, you can leave first." Han Xiao did not have the time to bother with them. He waved his hand and looked at the interface with a frown. At this moment, in the status bar of the pivotal snake, there was a negative status of heavily poisoned. The introduction was that it was a genetic toxin specially mediated by the World Tree, and it was only targeted at the pivotal snake race. Once it entered the body, it would cause the chain of genetic sequences to shatter. It was completely irreversible, causing the health of the pivotal snake to decrease at a rate of 1.5% per second, and its upper health limit decreased at a rate of 0.5% per second. He released his senses and scanned his surroundings, but he did not sense the existence of outsiders. He asked about the process and roughly guessed how the pivotal snake had fallen for it. Damn, he directly tampered with the food, and he really hit the jackpot. What kind of luck is this? The corner of Han Zhao's eyes twitched. There were so many secondary dimensions, and the food chosen by the pivotal snake was random, yet it had hit the jackpot. What kind of probability was this? Could it be that all these mascots couldn't dilute my heavenly execution grade luck? Han Xiao cursed inwardly. Seeing that the pivotal snake's health was dropping rapidly, he took out a tube of Aurora injection and injected it into the pivotal snake's body. The effect was immediate, and its health immediately recovered. However, the effect of the poison state was not weakened. It was still hanging on the attribute bar. Although its health points were full, its upper limit was still falling. Seeing this, Han Xiao injected a few more shots of Aurora Potion into the pivotal snake. Its health recovery was just as fast, but could not get rid of the poison state this time. This poison is quite powerful. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. He could try to crack it if he had some time, but with the HP loss rate of this poison state, it would only take 200 seconds to clear the upper limit of the pivotal snake's health. This amount of time was not enough. All right, let's experiment with my previous idea. Han Xiaoxin used Life Transformation Virtual on the pivotal snake that was suffering. Now that he had 3 embryos in his hands, he had the cost of trial and error. He had originally wanted to experiment on the newborn larva, but he did not expect an accident to happen to the pivotal snake, so he might as well try this idea on it. Streams of data flashed across the pivotal snake's body, and it slowly began to fade. Its pain also began to decrease rapidly. The World Tree's poison targeted the genes of living creatures. At that moment, the pivotal snake's life form began to change, and it gradually became immune to the poison. During this process, because the pivotal snake's body was fading, the poison in its body automatically seeped out, condensing into a drop of dark green liquid that floated in midair. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Han Xiao raised his hand and sucked the drop of poison. He narrowed his eyes and activated Bold Explorer without hesitation. Although I'm not afraid of such methods, since you dare to send someone here to tamper with it, I can't let you escape so easily. Chapter 1454. Originally, he wanted to go back to sleep, but he had no choice but to obediently get up and write. He would try to write more in the next few days. Finally, thank you for your support. P.S. By the way, I saw a brother asking me when I would finish writing. I will definitely finish before the end of the year. According to my estimation, I will finish writing around this month. Godly Mechanic Super is shocked. Thank you to the Golden Alliance, Sun and Moon in a pot, Universe in a sleeve. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1455. At the same time, somewhere in the secondary dimension world, Helene was wandering around, choosing a new target. Very soon, she arrived at a blue liquid world. She flicked out the snake-killing poison and watched it dissolve in the liquid. As she worked, her thoughts drifted away. I don't know if the poison I planted before is effective, Helene muttered to herself. She could only poison everywhere, but she did not dare to go back and check. This was because once the pivotal snake was poisoned, Black Star would definitely be waiting near the location of the incident. If she went over, there might be some risks. The only way to determine if the plan was successful was to determine the state of the pivotal snake based on the mother tree's perception. If the mother tree's perception of the pivotal snake weakened or even disappeared, it would mean that the pivotal snake was dead. In that case, she would not need to check which trap the pivotal snake had fallen into. Therefore, Helene felt that her situation was still relatively safe. She only needed to set up traps, and as long as the mother tree gave her feedback, she would be able to retreat. After adding the snake-killing agent to the blue secondary dimension in front of her, Helene was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, the voice of the ancestral tree king suddenly came from the mental network, bringing good news. The mother tree's perception of the pivotal snake is rapidly weakening. Your method should have succeeded. It really succeeded? So fast. The chances are so low. I thought it would take at least a few years for the pivotal snake to choose the secondary dimension that I tampered with. Helene's eyes lit up in surprise. In her imagination, she might need to spend 2 to 3 years to add enough snake-killing agents to the secondary dimensions before the pivotal snake had a higher chance of falling for it. However, the plan had only been going on for half a year, and there were not many secondary dimensions with poison added, but they were chosen by the pivotal snake so quickly. What kind of probability and luck was this? It had only taken her less than a year to successfully resolve the biggest threat to the world tree. This was a complete surprise. The ancestral tree king was also in a good mood. He had asked Helene to carry out this mission with a long-term plan, but he did not expect it to work so quickly. Don't ask. If you ask, fate is on my side. This was definitely the blessing of the goddess of luck for the world tree. Come back. When a mother tree confirms the death of the pivotal snake, the position of the tree king will be yours. All right, I'll go back now. Helene suppressed her excitement and was about to open the teleportation gate to return. However, just as she was about to return in excitement, the ancestral tree king suddenly exclaimed and interrupted her. Wait a minute. The mother tree's senses are changing. Helene was stunned. What's wrong now? The mother tree's perception of the pivotal snake has stopped weakening and is instead becoming stronger. Strange, this is too abnormal. What happened? The ancestral tree king's tone sank. The stronger the world tree's perception of the pivotal snake, the more mature the pivotal snake would be. Now, it was only able to sense a general range. Only when it reached adulthood would it be able to accurately locate each other. Just now, after the signal of the pivotal snake weakened for a while, it suddenly rose against the trend. Soon, it exceeded the previous limit and was still rising. Helene stopped in her tracks in shock. Why is this happening? You didn't do anything extra, did you? The strength of the perception was still rising. The ancestral tree king felt that something was wrong, and his tone was filled with suspicion. Absolutely not. I've been focusing on setting up traps. Even when I coincidentally encountered the 3 universal civilizations' fleets, I didn't make a move. Helene was so anxious that she almost swore an oath and shared the relevant memories in the mental network. The ancestral tree king quickly browsed through her experiences in the past half a year and did not find anything abnormal. With a solemn expression, he said, "There's only one explanation. Black Star used some kind of method to save the pivotal snake and greatly accelerated its growth." Before he could finish his sentence, the mother tree's consciousness suddenly became restless, as though it was feeling a strong sense of panic. The pivotal snake's perception seemed to have broken through some kind of limit. A large area of perception suddenly disappeared and turned into precise coordinates in the blink of an eye. The ancestral tree king's eyes widened, and his emotions fluctuated. He felt as though he was in a weightless zone, and his mind almost went blank. The connection between the world tree and the pivotal snake was two-way. When the world tree could accurately locate the pivotal snake, it meant that the pivotal snake had entered adulthood and could also locate the exact coordinates of the world tree. This meant that the location of the mother tree's main body had been exposed. If not for the fact that he was sure that the mother tree would not lie, he would even suspect that the poison mixed by the mother tree was actually the catalyst for the pivotal snake to mature. For a moment, the ancestral tree king was confused. I sent someone to assassinate the pivotal snake. Even if they failed, I would only lose a high-level combatant, but why did they mature the pivotal snake instead? Not only did they not resolve this threat, but they also greatly shortened the time for this hidden danger to erupt. We originally had a few decades to deal with it, but now this buffer time is gone. We are not mentally prepared at all. What should we do? How could this be? Helene was also stunned. She stood rooted to the ground, doubting her life. Before the two of them could recover from their shock, a spatial rift suddenly opened in this secondary dimension. Han Xiao stepped into the void and slowly walked out. Han Xiao scanned his surroundings and quickly locked onto a spot that looked empty. It was actually where Helene was hiding. He smiled. Do you want to come out yourself? Or do you want me to invite you? Helene's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed drastically. The continuous changes caused her heart to be in a mess. She did not expect Black Star to find her so quickly. Furthermore, with just a glance, he had seen through the stealth effect of a leaf invisibility cloak and locked on her location. Stop hiding. You won't be able to escape from my senses. Han Xiao did not wait. Mechanical particles flowed along his arm, turning into a circular device that released waves of invisible force fields in Helene's direction. In the empty space, Helene's figure suddenly appeared, fluctuating like ripples. Seeing that her whereabouts had been exposed, Helene was shocked and hurriedly opened the teleportation gate to retreat. However, at this moment, Han Xiao raised his hand and grabbed. A mechanical disc rose from behind his head like a halo, freezing space and shattering her teleportation spell. Immediately after, lightning flashed, and a bunch of mechanical oracles surged out with mechanical force, surrounding Helene. However, they did not attack immediately. Oh no! Helene was filled with despair. The difference in strength was too great, and she could not fight a transcendent alone. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind to fight to the death. However, at this moment, the shocked voice of the ancestral tree, King, sounded in the mental network. Wait a minute. Why is the mother tree's location on Black Star? Helene was stunned. She took a look and was shocked. The coordinates of the pivotal snake that the mother tree had locked onto her Black Star? What was going on? At this moment, Han Xiao did not attack immediately. Instead, he sized Helene up with interest and said, "Your idea of plotting against the pivotal snake is pretty good, but it's a pity that it's useless. I know that you guys have a mental network that can contact each other regardless of distance. Help me pass a message to the ancestral tree king. I already know the location of your world tree's main body. You guys have already lost this battle." What did you do? Helene could not help but ask. Are you referring to how I dealt with the genetic poison you guys released? Han Xiao smiled and raised his hand. A translucent snake-shaped figure appeared in his palm and coiled around. It was the pivotal snake that had been modified into a virtual life form. The pivotal snake had been transformed into a virtual life form, and Han Xiao had instilled a large amount of data into it, using the method of artificial intelligence to accelerate its maturation. The result made him overjoyed. His previous assumption was correct. The pivotal snake, in its virtual life form, had broken away from the restrictions of normal growth and could mature quickly in this way. The information form connection between the pivotal snake and the world tree did not disappear because of the change in the pivotal snake's life form. Both sides still had a two-way connection. Han Xiao saw the world tree's unwillingness to give up on the assassination plan from Bold Explorer. He originally thought that it was his bad luck, but when he saw that Helene and Harrison had a short interaction, he was a little uncertain and had a bold guess. Perhaps it was the effect of Harrison's halo that made Helene choose the food of the pivotal snake, which indirectly led to the pivotal snake being transformed into a virtual life formed by him. It matured in advance and sensed the coordinates of the world tree. Although the probability was not high, Han Xiao felt that anything was possible for a protagonist, because the virtual life form was the life form that Han Xiao controlled. He simply stored the pivotal snake in the godly fortress and turned it into a tool. This way, even if the world tree could lock onto the pivotal snake, the coordinates it would obtain would only be his location. It would not be able to do anything to it. Seeing this scene through the mental network, the ancestral tree king's face turned ashen, and he immediately understood the current situation. There would probably be no more chance to remove the threat of the pivotal snake. At this moment, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said to Helene, "You came to help me. Although you're here to assassinate the pivotal snake, you did me a favor. You can say that you're a hero of the 3 universal civilizations. I'll make an exception and give you a chance to live. What are you going to do? I'll seal you. Maybe after we get rid of the world tree, you'll still have a chance to survive. You have nowhere to run now. So, just accept the seal obediently and don't make me waste my energy." Han Xiao raised his brows. Helene's tone was hesitant, as if she was conflicted. However, the next moment, she suddenly stood up and retreated. She threw out a series of instant cast spells and blasted a path through the mechanical army. She wanted to break out and escape. However, before she could do anything, the mechanical oracles around her attacked at the same time, instantly suppressing Helene. Han Xiao approached Helene and grabbed her neck with one hand. "Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and crushed her protective spell before throwing her toward the mechanical oracles. An intense battle immediately broke out, but there was no suspense in the battle. The one-sided suppression did not last long, and Helene, who was at the end of her rope, was ravaged by the group of mechanical oracles until she was almost paralyzed. Seeing this, Han Xiao floated in front of her, pressed down on her head, and activated his ability. Not long after, the space-time amber took shape and froze Helene's sorrowful and humiliated expression. "Congratulations, Lord, for catching the culprit. There's indeed nothing in this world that can escape your eyes." Psionic Prime congratulated with a deep voice. "All right, you're not suitable for flattery. Go back." Han Xiao waved his hand, feeling relieved. If not for the World Tree's plot, he would not have made up his mind to experiment on the pivotal snake so quickly. The World Tree had shot herself in the foot. "Since I've already obtained the coordinates, I'll call Harrison back. Speaking of which, I seem to have used his halo." Han Xiao thought for a moment and called the Realmless King to act as a transit station to contact Harrison. Not long after, Harrison's remote projection appeared. "Your Excellency Black Star, why are you looking for me? Don't participate in the expedition anymore. Come back." Harrison was a little surprised and said helplessly, "Huh? Didn't we talk about this before? I remember you promised not to persuade me. I've already decided to contribute to the Galactic Society." However, before he could finish, Han Xiao interrupted him and smiled. "Things are different now. The situation has changed. I've already grasped the exact coordinates of the World Tree's main body. I don't need the expeditionary army anymore. You don't have to take the risk anymore." Harrison was stunned. He could not believe it and said hesitantly, "Your Excellency Black Star, you're not lying to me on purpose, are you? How long has it been? And you've already found the World Tree's main body." Han Xiao smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your luck this time. If not for you, I might not have been able to determine the location of the World Tree so quickly. Therefore, strictly speaking, a part of this credit is yours. You've already made a huge contribution to ending this war. You can leave now. It's settled. I'll teleport over later and bring you back." With that, he hung up the call. On the other side, Harrison scratched his head, confused. "No, what did I do? How did I make a huge contribution? Why didn't I know?" There will be more later. Thank you to the Golden Alliance for the sun and moon in a pod, and the universe in a sleeve boss. In a chapter. Chapter 1456. Secondary Dimension World, area controlled by the World Tree Civilization, Tree King Palace. His mental network with Helene was cut off, and the ancestral Tree King knew that she had been sealed by Black Star. He closed his eyes silently with a gloomy expression. What should we do? The Fortitude Tree King looked over with a complicated tone. The ancestral Tree King pressed his brows, and his expression changed. He was depressed, disappointed, indignant, and regretful. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes again and slowly spoke with a helpless and weak expression. Recall all the troops outside and return to the secondary dimension area. All troops will protect the Mother Tree's main body. We're giving up on the invasion. Now is not the time to think about how to invade the enemy. It's time to guard against the enemy's counterattack. The ancestral Tree King's eyes were solemn, and a hint of unwillingness flashed across them. The coordinates of the Mother Tree's main body had been exposed. If it were an ordinary opponent, the World Tree Civilization would not be too flustered. They could have sealed the dimension and mobilized a large number of troops to defend it. Even if the enemy wanted to attack the Mother Tree's main body, they would have to cross countless lines of defense. However, the three universal civilizations happened to counter this tactic. The multidimensional sky opening transportation device could ignore any spatial seal and pass through any line of defense. Once the Mother Tree's coordinates were exposed, it would be equivalent to giving the three universal civilizations a chance to attack at any time. The ancestral Tree King did not dare take the risk and had no choice but to withdraw all his troops to protect the Mother Tree's main body. Now, it was his turn to worry about the invasion of the three universal civilizations. In the eyes of the ancestral Tree King, this method was like drinking poison to quench his thirst. Even if he could defeat the armies of the three universal civilizations time and time again, the pivotal snake was already completely under Black Star's control. He could locate the Mother Tree's main body at any time, which was equivalent to the World Tree never having a day of peace. The ancestral Tree King could not think of a way to turn the tables. His civilization had not fallen into such a desperate situation for a long time. After hunting so many civilizations, he had finally encountered a tough opponent. How could he not wet his shoes if he often walked by the river? Is there really no other way? The Fortitude Tree King asked softly. Yes, and it's very simple. As long as we kill Black Star, everything will be resolved. The ancestral Tree King was expressionless. If we could kill him, we would have done so long. The Fortitude Tree King had a bitter expression. Therefore, the leadership of the war is no longer in our hands. We have lost the environment to execute our long-term strategy. The only thing we can do now is to react as they come. The ancestral Tree King said bitterly. At this point, he didn't know where his fate was going to lead. The Tree King's order was transmitted to all the officers through the mental network. Regardless of whether they were shocked, panicked, or unwilling, all the officers obediently carried out the order. The World Tree Fleet that was stirring up trouble in the three universal civilizations' territory retreated in batches. The army stationed outside the flickering world also abandoned their strongholds and left through wormholes. The sudden retreat of the World Tree caused many of the reinforcements of the Galactic Alliance Army to miss. Many people were confused, not knowing what the World Tree was doing. This information was quickly passed on and attracted the attention of the higher-ups. In the Strategic Command Center of the Galactic Alliance Army, an emergency meeting was in progress. The remote projections of the three universal civilizations' leaders were also present. They received the report from the General Staff and were greatly surprised. They participated in the meeting together and listened to the military analyze the reason for the World Tree's withdrawal. The World Tree clearly has the initiative and can harass and devour our territory as much as it wants. But now, it's suddenly stopped invading. Not only that, but even the army outside the flickering world border has been withdrawn. This situation is quite strange, and we don't know the reason yet. What do you think? Commander Simon's tone was solemn. Everyone present had solemn expressions as they stared at the virtual strategic sandbox. They were not optimistic, and felt that the World Tree's withdrawal was a good thing. From their perspective, there must be a reasonable, unknown reason behind such an illogical action. In the eyes of the military, the World Tree was most likely up to something, but they did not know the enemy's goal, so the atmosphere was very tense. Tinny knocked on the table and said with a deep voice, "According to the calculations of the General Staff, the sudden withdrawal of the World Tree might be a trick to mislead our judgment. They are secretly preparing an unknown large-scale military operation, and their target might be our central galaxy, the mother planet of the three universal civilizations." Hearing this, everyone's expression became even more serious. If that's the case, we have to continue strengthening the defenses of our mother planet. The World Tree retreated at the cusp of the storm. The operation they are preparing is definitely not a simple formality. If we relax, they might really succeed. Simon's expression was solemn, and his voice was firm. At this moment, an officer of the Arcane Church hesitated for a moment before saying, "Doesn't anyone think that something happened inside the World Tree?" The ethereal Pope turned to look at him and said with a deep voice, "We can't hope that something will happen to the enemy. We have to consider the worst possibility first." At this moment, President Lewis of Radiance thought for a while and said, "There must be a reason for the World Tree's withdrawal. Could it be that the traitor secretly leaked some information to the World Tree, causing them to make a new decision?" As soon as he said that, the expressions of the officers turned solemn. In the past half a year, the three universal civilizations had been resisting the invasion of the World Tree while investigating the traitor internally. There were a lot of suspects, but they could not confirm the culprit. Under the pressure of foreign enemies, the three universal civilizations did not dare to kill the wrong person. The cooperation of the Galactic Alliance Army was not easy to come by, and they were afraid that they would wrongly accuse their innocent allies and cause internal turmoil. This was not the right time. Bruce agreed. This is also a possibility. The existence of the traitor is still an unstable factor, and it's most likely to lead to all kinds of variables. We still have to come up with an effective way to make the traitor reveal himself, the ethereal Pope emphasized. Just as everyone was expressing their opinions and discussing endlessly, another remote projection suddenly appeared in the conference room. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Black Star. "Yo, the meeting has already started. Looks like you guys didn't wait for me." Han Xiao looked around and nodded at everyone. Everyone nodded as well. As one of the pillars of the war, he naturally received an invitation to the meeting. However, in order to confirm that the coordinates of the Mother Tree's main body were correct, he was delayed for a while. "You're late." Bruce was helpless. Han Xiao waved his hand. "Don't care about these details. What were you guys talking about just now?" Simon took the initiative to explain. The World Tree suddenly withdrew their troops and stopped their invasion. We're guessing their motive. Currently, the biggest possibility is that the World Tree is preparing a large-scale military operation against the mother planet of the three universal civilizations. It could also be that the traitor leaked new information. Oh, the World Tree retreated? Han Xiao blinked. He only found out about this now. He thought about it and understood the motive of the World Tree civilization. He could not help but laugh. "All right, don't scare yourselves. The World Tree retreated because they're scared." Scared? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Han Xiao meant. The ethereal Pope coughed and said, "Black Star, stop joking. This is very serious. Who has the time to joke with you?" Han Xiao clicked his tongue. "I've ripened the pivotal snake and now have the precise coordinates of the World Tree's main body." The World Tree sensed this through a two-way connection. They retreated because they were afraid that we would attack them directly, so they returned to defend. Other than that, there's no other possibility. "You found the location of the World Tree's main body? Really?" The three of them stared blankly for a moment before suddenly feeling overjoyed at the unexpected good news. At the same time, they were a little fearful, fearing that this was fake. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They stared at Han Xiao in disbelief. It was only when Han Xiao gave an affirmative answer that the three leaders and the officers present became excited. "How did you do it?" Mar Bruce hurriedly asked. Everyone also looked at Han Xiao. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not hide anything. He briefly explained the assassination of Hailin and emphasized that the pivotal snake had already unlocked its sensory ability. Everyone was excited. Due to the existence of the pivotal snake, everyone had always been very confident in this war, but that was only confidence in the long term. They had thought that they would have to last for at least a few decades under the invasion of the World Tree before they could wait for a chance to decide the outcome. They did not expect Black Star to solve the key problem at this stage. This was equivalent to reducing the losses of the Galactic Society for decades, freeing the officers in advance. Everyone was excited. Well done. This way, the initiative is completely in our hands. Mar Bruce clenched his fists, overjoyed. While he was happy, he also felt a little ashamed. While they were still thinking about how to catch the traitor, Black Star had already found the key to ending the war and snatched back the initiative. The two sides were not on the same level. Ever since the start of the war, Black Star's figure had appeared almost every single turn of events. Now, he had even brought the three universal civilizations a chance to win. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had single-handedly led the direction of the war. At this moment, Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually, "Don't say anything else. The weakness of the World Tree has been exposed, and it's completely passive. It's time for us to gather the troops and take the initiative to attack and completely end this enemy. The World Tree is already at the end of the road in this war." Hearing this, Simon stood up. His eyes were sharp, and his tone was firm. "Your Excellency Black Star is right. It's time for us to blow the horn of counterattack." As soon as he said that, everyone stood up with stern expressions. They looked at the three leaders and asked in unison, "Please give the order." Seeing this, Mar Bruce, Lewis, and the Pope's expressions turned serious. They nodded heavily and said solemnly, "All right, from now on, we will make strategic adjustments. Our primary goal is no longer to defend our country. Now, we will completely destroy the World Tree civilization as our new strategic goal." "Understood," the officers present replied in unison. Their expressions were solemn and eager. When Han Xiao saw this, a playful smile appeared on his face. Although he and the three universal civilizations had the same goal of defeating the World Tree civilization, their specific needs were different. From the perspective of the three universal civilizations, destroying the World Tree naturally made them feel the most at ease. However, from Han Zhao's perspective, he could only say that resisting the enemy together was sincere, and using each other was also sincere. After resolving the main conflict, the differences between me and the three universal civilizations will also surface. These people are thanking me now, but who knows what will happen when the time comes. Han Zhao's eyes flickered as he calculated. As the World Tree retreated, the intense battle between the two sides stopped, causing the explored universe to suddenly fall silent. Before the galactic residents were mentally prepared, the flames of war suddenly extinguished. It was as sudden as the World Tree's invasion, coming and going in a hurry. The upper echelons of the three universal civilizations came to a consensus, and the change in strategy quickly affected the entire situation. The Galactic Alliance army no longer patrolled the territory, but began to gather in the central galaxy. Sensing the change in the situation, the countless galactic residents who were originally in a state of panic were stunned for a moment. They did not understand the situation. There were many opinions on the internet, and the Star Alliance observers hiding in the desolate universe belt were also confused by the World Tree's withdrawal. They did not know the secrets of the pivotal snake and were still in the dark. They could only gather information from the public information on the internet. At this moment, they were confused. Strange, the World Tree should have been devouring the three universal civilizations. Why did it leave all of a sudden? In the secret base, many Star Alliance observers were confused. They had leaked the information to guide the World Tree to destroy the three universal civilizations. In the past half a year, The World Tree's actions had perfectly matched their expectations, allowing them to watch the fire burn across the river. Originally, things were developing in the direction they had planned. Just as they were enjoying the show, the World Tree suddenly slipped away. The Star Alliance observers were caught off guard. The World Tree must have its reasons for doing this. They might not be satisfied with small fights and are gathering their troops, preparing to cause a big commotion. The captain of the observers analyzed for a while and came to a conclusion. Hearing this, the members felt that it made sense, and the surprise in their hearts turned into anticipation. At this moment, the spies of the Star Alliance did not know that the tool of their plan, the World Tree civilization, which they had high hopes for, was currently in a difficult situation. Thank you, Sun and Moon in a pot, Universe in a sleeve, for your Gold Alliance reward of 10 million. Thank you, Huang Mao Yuan, for your reward. End of chapter. Chapter 1457. The news of the reversal of the battle quickly spread to the upper echelons of the Galactic Alliance Army. The various allied civilizations, who were originally troubled by the World Tree's invasion, were pleasantly surprised. They cooperated with the three universal civilizations' gathering operation, and the armies of the various star fields all flowed toward the central galaxy. Han Zhao's contribution of maturing the pivotal snake in advance also spread out and was known by the various civilizations. Although Black Star had guided the direction of the war more than once, the impact this time was still shocking to the upper echelons. Everyone was prepared to fight for decades, but they suddenly realized that they no longer needed to suffer and had a chance to finish it in one fell swoop. If the invasion of the World Tree was a disease, then before the health of the Galactic Society was greatly damaged, Black Star had developed a special medicine to cure the disease and save countless lives. With decades of war less, countless refugees and soldiers were saved. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had done a great deed. Although it was a little mushy, many upper echelons of the civilizations felt that it was not a problem to use the word hero to describe Black Star's contribution to this war. As an important part of the Galactic Alliance Army, the upper echelons of the Supercluster Alliance also received this information and could not help but be stunned. I didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. In the conference room, the upper echelons of the Supercluster gathered with complicated expressions. More than half a year ago, Black Star had forced them to stop the migration plan. Although the Supercluster Alliance had lowered their heads, they were naturally resentful. Due to the agreement between the two sides, they could only stay for the time being, but they still did not give up on the migration plan. Originally, they wanted to use 2 to 3 years to observe the situation. If the situation turned bad, they could restart the migration plan at any time. However, they did not expect that in less than a year, the great situation would be reversed by Han Zhao. The full invasion of the World Tree was disintegrated, causing the three universal civilizations to lose their restraint. This way, even if they wanted to migrate, they would lose the prerequisite. The current explored universe did not have a chaotic environment for them to carry out this plan. If they insisted on doing so, the three universal civilizations would have enough energy to deal with them. Sigh, we can't leave now even if we want to. It's all because of Black Star that we didn't seize the opportunity. Someone was vexed. The Star Arc leader shook his head and said helplessly, "You're wrong. We've profited from a disaster this time. If Black Star hadn't stopped us from carrying out this plan, we would be in trouble now." Everyone thought about it and felt their scalps go numb. No one had foreseen that in just half a year, the World Tree would be overwhelmed by Black Star. If they had really initiated the migration, they would have been screwed. This bit of time was not enough to complete the entire migration plan, and they would not be able to go far. At the same time, they would have lost their way and would be treated as a traitor who leaked information and become the target of public criticism. In that case, this was a blessing in disguise. They had to thank Big Brother Black Star. Everyone shuddered when they realized this. At this moment, the Star Arc leader was deep in thought. He pondered for a moment and said, I think that Black Star has already expected the current changes. After all, he has always been in control of the pivotal snake. The current situation is controllable to him. When he came to us and forcefully asked us to give up on migrating, other than considering the overall situation, he might have also been reminding us vaguely and using his own method to help us avoid this trap. Hearing this, the eyes of the upper echelons of the supercluster flickered. The Star Arc leader glanced around, paused, and continued. Black Star naturally didn't do this because he had any relationship with us, but because of his interests. Just as he said, after the war ended, the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association still existed. He needed an ally with enough weight to help him complete his further expansion. That's why he helped us this time. What a dangerous guy. Many upper echelons of the supercluster shook their heads and sighed at Black Star's foresight. While they were still focused on the war, Black Star had already begun to plan for the post-war situation. What was revealed from this was Black Star's firm confidence in this war. He believed more than anyone that the Galactic Society would win the final victory, because the key to ending the war was in his hands. On the other side, when the Galactic Alliance Army was gathering, the Beyond Grade A Association also learned about the change in the situation from Han Shao and was shocked. Beautiful Black Star, you've grabbed the lifeblood of the world tree this time. In the meeting room of the association's main planet, this good news excited the Beyond Grade as they had been rushing to reinforce various places for more than half a year and could only passively deal with the invaders. They had no room to retaliate, and they were all holding back their anger. Ever since the start of the war, only the World Tree had been able to invade. Now, they could finally counterattack. Most of the Beyond Grade as present were excited and eager to give it a try. They looked at Han Shao with admiration and appreciation. Han Shao knocked on the table and said, I've already provided the coordinates of the World Tree's main body to the three universal civilizations. They're gathering a large army and preparing to finish the battle in one go. Everyone has to contribute. Don't worry, even if you didn't say it, we would have gone all out. My cannon is already thirsty. Sun Hunter waved his hand, his small body exuding a great sense of pride. Manison said calmly, we can finally end this war once and for all. It's earlier than I expected. Most of them were overjoyed. Although they had the sanctums and were not afraid of casualties, it was better to end the pain quickly. No one wanted to die a few more times in a long war. Han Shao raised his hand and gestured for everyone to not be so excited. He slowly said, our chances of winning this war are more than 90%. Defeating the World Tree civilization is only one aspect. After the war, we still have more things to deal with. In order to prevent the three universal civilizations from burning the bridge after crossing the river, I need everyone's strong support. Hearing this, everyone restrained themselves and waited for him to continue. What do you plan to do? Kasui asked on behalf of everyone. I plan to use the aftermath of the war to change the nature of the association and turn it into a civilization regime, forming a true third force. With our reputation in the war and our own strength, the three universal civilizations have no choice but to accept it. Now, I'll inform you guys first. When the time comes, I'll call out your names. You just have to support me fully, Han Shao explained briefly. Is it finally coming to this? Don't worry, we'll definitely cooperate. Everyone was energized. This was a crucial step in the transformation of the Beyond Grade as everyone had expected it, so there was no objection. This time, Manison suddenly said, we have to be careful of one problem. Under the premise that victory is in their hands, the three universal civilizations might have other thoughts. They might take a fancy to the power of the World Tree. We'll help the three universal civilizations defeat the foreign enemies, but we can't sit back and watch them control or subdue the World Tree and turn it into a weapon against us. This is absolutely not allowed. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The World Tree had already proven its terror. Originally, the combination of the Beyond Grade A Association and the Supercluster Alliance could fight against the three universal civilizations. If the three universal civilizations controlled the World Tree, their strength would expand to a new level and threaten the survival of the beyond grade as again. This was not an outcome that anyone wanted to see. Han Zhao's eyes moved, and he smiled. So, everyone, be careful when you fight. Pay attention to the three universal civilizations. Don't let them hinder my actions. The three universal civilizations had specially divided a gathering area in the central galaxy. As the armies of the various star fields arrived, the size of the fleets on standby had reached an astronomical number. The Radiant Federation had almost taken out all the multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices in their inventory and arranged them neatly. Because the World Tree had shrunk its forces to protect the Mother Tree's main body, this battle could only be fought head-on. It was truly an all-out battle between both sides, and the scale of the battle was the largest since the start of the war. All the warriors in the spaceships had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was like a decisive battle. On the player forums, the related posts were already flooding the screen. The players naturally would not miss such a big scene. Basically, everyone gathered and accepted this same mission, to be the vanguard of the main army and find out the distribution of the World Tree Civilization's forces in the main dimension. The players did not have any objections to this, and were even willing to endure it. After all, no one was more suitable for this mission than them, and they had room to perform in such a big scene. However, most of the players were not mentally prepared for the sudden change in the war situation and were all surprised. Isn't the version called Invasion of All Realms? I thought the World Tree's attack would last longer. Maybe we got the priority wrong. Invading the other side is the true meaning of the version name. Speaking of which, in such a large-scale war, I feel like our influence is very limited. F***CK. Don't tell me we're going to watch cinematics again? I don't think so. I don't think this battle will end in a short period of time. I'm afraid it will become a meat grinder battlefield. It should be very tragic. It's hard to say. It's not that the enemy isn't working hard, but we have Black Star. The players discussed on the forums nonstop. Although there were many complaints, they were still looking forward to the three universal civilizations' counterattack. On the other hand, the Strategic Command Center was busy deducing the tactical arrangements for this battle and various possible scenarios. Simon, Tinny, and the other senior officers discussed intensely, and Han Xiao and the others were able to listen in. The first wave of Immortals will be the vanguard to bring back more positioning data. Then, we'll use the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device to bombard them with firepower. With 200,000 keys of destruction in one batch, we'll release 20 batches first. Then, we'll repeat this a few times and try our best to damage the enemy's strength. After that, we'll release the main fleet in batches. Due to the limited efficiency of the teleportation device, we can only use the tactic of adding fuel. It will take some time to alleviate the disadvantage of our forces, so this period of time will be the period with the highest casualties. The enemy will definitely guard the World Tree's main body tightly. Our goal will always be to break through the enemy's defense zone, open a path to the World Tree's main body, and behead it. This requires the cooperation of high-level combatants. At this point, the senior officers present all turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao knew what they meant and slowly said, "When the time comes, I will be the arrowhead and lead the beyond grade as to charge forward. You guys will be in charge of providing firepower support. When the time comes, all the direct beyond grade as will listen to your orders," Simon said solemnly. Beyond grade as had strong individual combat strength and flexibility, they were the best candidates to charge forward. According to the tactical deduction of the three universal civilizations, there was a high chance that this battle would be won with their high-level combatants. Therefore, the importance of Black Star and the other beyond grade, as in this war, was self-evident. Han Xiao was already mentally prepared. What he had his eyes on was the forces of the three universal civilizations, which could help him break through to the World Tree's main body. Only then could he carry out the real plan. Although the three universal civilizations did not have the intention to fight a blitzkrieg battle, with the speed of the World Tree's explosive growth, a large number of troops will be added every day. The three universal civilizations could not help but speed up their gathering. After a few more days, the three universal civilizations saw that their forces were almost gathered, so they launched the battle without hesitation. In the vast universe, many fleets carrying players steered into different multidimensional sky, opening transportation devices. With flashes of light, they disappeared from where they were. At the same time, in the secondary dimension, the world tree's main body dimension, the area of this space far exceeded that of an ordinary dimension. A gigantic tree that reached into the sky stood in the middle. Its branches and leaves were lush and verdant, and its surroundings were densely packed with spatial rifts. Countless roots extended out from the gigantic tree and pierced into them. This gigantic tree was the main body of the world tree. At this moment, layers of protective shields enveloped the world tree's main body, and the surroundings were filled with the seemingly endless world tree fleet. They had been waiting here for many days, forming layers of tight defense lines and installing countless weapons. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, light flashed in the distant horizon, and the vanguard formed by the players descended, appearing in the vision of the world tree fleet. They're here, on a branch at the top of the world tree's main body. The ancestral tree king opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the enemy with a stern expression. Chapter 1458. The light of the multidimensional sky opening transportation device faded from his sight, and the scene outside the portholes of the player battleships had already turned into an incomparably vast green world. The enormous world tree stood in the distance, and the endless world tree fleet surrounded it like a green sea of light. The distribution of the world tree troops appeared in front of them. It was as if they covered every inch of space, and it was extremely strict. It was enough to arouse the fear of ordinary people and make their scalps go numb. Countless shipborne weapons adjusted their cannons at the same time and aimed at the direction where the players appeared. They could spit out endless firepower at any time and smash the invaders into pieces. It was as if they could smell the thick aura of death, but the players were not afraid at all. Instead, their blood boiled, and a trembling fanaticism surged in their chests. Ha ha! Little trees, you have such a day too. Brothers, charge! For the tribe, the sacred forum is connected to us. Waha, die for me! Tens of millions of players shouted excitedly and dispersed. Batches of warships that had arrived through teleportation split up without any hesitation. They scattered like sparks in the sky and charged in all directions like a group of happy huskies. Fire! Following the ancestral tree king's brazen order, countless cannons suddenly fired, forming a tsunami of light cannons that had almost no gaps. A wave slammed down, instantly shattering a large number of players along with their shields and ships, turning them all into dust. In just a single exchange, the player fleet suffered huge casualties. However, a portion of the multidimensional sky opening transportation devices operated in groups, forming a teleportation chain that operated all day long. New troops were teleported out every moment, and the remaining multidimensional sky opening transportation devices operated in groups, specifically responsible for large-scale deployment. The two teleportation methods worked together to ensure that there would be no shortage of troops at the front line. A large number of players died in battle, and new players continued to enter, bringing back detailed information about the world tree's main dimension. Due to the restriction of information communication, it was difficult for normal scouting troops to send information to the headquarters, and the players who could revive were the most unrestricted intelligence agents. The firepower of the World Tree Army was endless, blasting the enemy's ships into fireworks. However, at this moment, the players suddenly stopped teleporting and were replaced by densely packed keys of destruction. Shield! The roars of all levels of commanders sounded in the World Tree's mental network, and the outermost defense circle immediately activated its countermeasures. Space extended, lengthening the distance, turning into a deep area used to buffer the bombardment. It was the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. The next moment, the batches of keys of destruction that had been thrown over burst forth with blinding light, as if hundreds of thousands of suns had risen. Violent energy poured out like a flood that had been opened. Boom, 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 boom. The high-density energy reaction caused the space to distort. The source of the explosion seemed to have become a singularity. The surrounding space and time collapsed, showing a vortex-like spatial fold. Radiance that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth burst forth, spreading rapidly. It only slowed down after entering the Lurbo Space Protection Belt, like a wave rolling onto a beach, gradually slowing down. In the end, it barely touched the anti-bombing giant shield of the outer defense circle, exploding with strong electric arcs, leaving large cracks on the shield. The cleansing of the keys of destruction was repeated many times, and most of its power was reduced by the space protection belt. The remaining power shattered the layers of protective shields, causing considerable damage to the World Tree fleet in the outermost defense circle. However, the maintenance fleet penetrated the position and kept repairing the shield, causing the effect of the keys of destruction's bombardment to stop at the outer defense circle. If it was an ordinary secondary dimension, it would have long burst from the inside under the energy explosion of this level. However, the toughness of the World Tree's main dimension far exceeded common sense, and the strength of its space was even greater than that of the main universe. Furthermore, it was reinforced by the World Tree fleet with a large number of space devices, making it extremely sturdy. The players explored the path and used the keys of destruction to cleanse the ground several times, scraping off the World Tree battleships one after another. The battleships further inside kept moving forward to fill in the gaps and maintain the shield. One side was being bombarded, while the other side was defending. After another batch of keys of destruction exploded, the official troops of the Galactic Alliance Army finally arrived, wave after wave. Due to the limitations of the teleportation efficiency, the mission of the Vanguard troops was to withstand the attacks of the World Tree and buy time for the follow-up troops. They would allow the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device to continuously release troops until there were enough troops present. The first phase of the mission would be considered success, and only then would they be able to enter the next phase of a large-scale battle. The Galactic Alliance Army that was present immediately took action. The division of labor was clear. The engineering team established a position and built a space gate. They wanted to connect to the main universe and add new channels for troops to be deployed. The guards surrounded the area, preparing to defend against the World Tree's attack. The mission of harassing and attacking was temporarily handed over to the Space-Time Splicing Suicide Squad. The Lurbo Space Protection Belt was used as a depth zone to lengthen the space distance and separate the two sides. As a result, the Galactic Alliance Army needed to travel for a long time to pass through this area and reach the outermost defense circle of the World Tree. However, on the other hand, if the World Tree wanted to attack the Galactic Alliance Army, it did not need to travel through the Lurbo Space Protection Belt and could directly teleport. This was because this was the main dimension of the World Tree, and it had the function of the World Tree Express. All the members of the World Tree had the ability to quickly teleport here and could appear in any corner at any time. The World Tree civilization had the home ground advantage here, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The next moment, green lights flashed, and batches of the World Tree's mobile fleets appeared, directly crossing the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. Looking at the dense army of the three universal civilizations outside the window, the countless World Tree soldiers looked as if they were facing death. The mental network was filled with tragic emotions. Although their thoughts were controlled by the World Tree, the members of the World Tree still had their own consciousness and treated the World Tree as a totem. They only had one thought left, and that was to repel the counterattack of the three universal civilizations at all costs. For the Mother Tree, kill all the enemies. The World Tree soldiers let out shrill battle cries and controlled their battleships to attack. Stop them. The officers of the Galactic Alliance Army also roared and gave orders. One side was filled with the anger of avenging their compatriots, while the other side was filled with the determination to fight to the death. The strong collective consciousness clashed and entangled into a mental undercurrent that wreaked havoc on the entire battlefield. Countless people felt like they were seeing two giant beasts biting each other. Then, the military formation of both sides collided. In an instant, it was as if the sky was collapsing. As soon as they exchanged blows, the situation was one-sided. Due to the huge difference in strength, the World Tree Fleet quickly gained the upper hand and broke through the Galactic Alliance Army's formation on a large scale. The vanguard of the Galactic Alliance Army struggled to hold on. The pressure did not only come from the huge number of enemy troops stationed in the main body dimension, but also from the harassment of the World Tree's main body. Every time the fresh troops of the Galactic Alliance Army were teleported to the battlefield, spatial rifts would appear around them, and densely packed World Tree roots would extend out and attack their army formation, shattering starships one after another. In the main body dimension, the Mother Tree's consciousness could control the World Tree roots to block the enemy. Its lethality might not be strong, but it was definitely a sharp method to disrupt the battle. The special technology troops of the World Tree and the Galactic Alliance Army did not rest either. Sometimes they used genetic bombs, sometimes they used dimensional space weapons, and sometimes they used network viruses. All kinds of technologies were displayed one after another. They fought back and forth and countered each other's moves. Batch after batch of fleets were sacrificed, and more troops were teleported over. The number of troops increased and decreased like a roller coaster, but the overall trend was still rising. The speed of the battle losses was not as fast as the speed of the multidimensional sky opening transportation device. The armies of both sides fought fiercely, and the battlefield was extremely chaotic. Their formations were intertwined, and they fought head-on. There were millions of casualties every second, and the number of sacrifices was being refreshed at a terrifying speed. Attack, attack. We can't let the enemy tarnish the Mother Tree. Fanatical fighting spirits spread through the mental network, infecting all the members of the World Tree. However, no matter how agitated they were, they could not decide the direction of the battle. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, and the Galactic Alliance Army had already passed the most dangerous initial stage. At this moment, the troops present had already reached a certain scale, and they gradually got rid of the disadvantage and began to fight against the World Tree Fleet. In a chaotic battlefield, a World Tree mobile battleship nimbly shuttled through the barrage of bullets, teleporting from time to time to dodge the attacks that had no blind spots. It kept shooting out a series of light energy missiles, shattering the enemy ships like whips. The pilot gritted his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. As they approached the Galactic Alliance Army combat team, the firepower covered them. The pilot immediately activated teleportation, and the entire spaceship disappeared from the spot, dodging a round of firepower. The next moment, his spaceship appeared in the center of this team. The pilot did not hesitate to remove the limiter of the reactor, turning the entire spaceship into a large bomb, wanting to self-destruct and eliminate this group of enemy teams. However, at this moment, an invisible force field suddenly pressed down, crushing his spaceship into dust. His furious bellow that he had yet to let out was suppressed into nothingness. In the growing army formation of the Galactic Alliance Army, hundreds of beyond grade as appeared together, and justice descended from the heavens, instantly destroying a large number of World Tree troops that were attacking. An enormous mechanical deity was also exposed in front of both sides, emitting transcendent grade energy fluctuations. It was Han Zhao's supreme heavenly venerate, and its strong presence instantly attracted the attention of all the soldiers and officers on both sides. The members of the World Tree already had a psychological shadow over Han Zhao, and countless people felt a chill in their hearts. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Galactic Alliance Army were overjoyed. Attention! The Beyond Grade A Association has moved out. The official counterattack. The entrance of the high-level combatants was a signal, which meant that the strategy had entered the second stage, from defense to offense. The Galactic Alliance army had accumulated enough troops and no longer focused on defense. They finally launched a fierce counterattack, charging toward the World Tree's main body from all directions. The Lurbo Space Protection Belt can stop them for a long time. The enemy won't be able to break into our official defense circle for a while. We can use the deeper areas to deal more damage to them. Seeing this, the same thought flashed through the minds of the World Tree members, but the next moment, their expressions changed. Han Zhao's Supreme Heavenly Venerate raised his arm and clenched it in the direction of the World Tree Fleet's defense circle. A strange spatial fluctuation was released, instantly covering the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. The next moment, the Lurbo Space Protection Belt quickly lost its effect, and the extended space quickly shrank back to normal. However, that was not all. Originally, even if the Lurbo Space Protection Belt had lost its effect, there was still a distance between the two armies. However, with the sudden contraction, the large army of the Galactic Alliance army was right in front of the defense circle in the blink of an eye. There was no need to waste time on the road. The universal treasure technology provided by the St. Tyrical's race, the Space Constant Debugger, had already been improved by Han Zhao. Once it was used, it shone brilliantly, and the effect of the Lurbo Space Protection Belt was directly neutralized. The shortening of space was extremely helpful to the Galactic Alliance army, and the World Tree Civilization's expression changed. Follow me. After doing this, Han Zhao spun the Emperor's Sky Splitter blade, and the enormous Supreme Heavenly Venerate mechanical body charged forward, tearing apart the World Tree Fleet's formation. Psionic waves splashed out like they were worthless, paralyzing the enemy ships one after another. The Beyond Grade has followed closely behind with solemn expressions, continuing to deal the finishing blow. Everyone seemed to have formed a sharp blade that stabbed into the World Tree's defense circle. Wherever they passed, the World Tree battleships exploded. Such an arrogant advance immediately encountered the large-scale focus fire of the World Tree fleet, and the Galactic Alliance army fearlessly protected them from the side, providing cover. Just as Han Zhao was about to pierce through the outermost layer of defense, another transcendent grade fluctuation suddenly descended and swept through the entire place like a hurricane. The Ancestral Tree King had already abandoned himself and burned the Beyonder's vestige in his inventory to activate the Tree God's descent. If there was no transcendent like Black Star among the enemies, the Ancestral Tree King would still have room to maneuver. He could use the information form rebirth mechanism of the Tree God to make the World Tree look defeated on the surface, but in reality, it would be reborn elsewhere and return to the dark to recuperate. However, in front of the transcendent Great Information Form obliteration, this path was no longer possible. Furthermore, as long as the pivotal snake was not destroyed, the World Tree would have nowhere to hide. The Ancestral Tree King no longer had a way out. At this moment, the Tree God, who was only driven by instinct, led the remaining high-level combatants of the World Tree to face Han Zhao and the others head-on. All of them erupted with a tragic fighting spirit. Even if I die in battle, I won't let you pass. Kill. Now that the enemies had met, there was no need for any unnecessary words. Bang! Without any hesitation, Han Zhao charged into the Tree God's arms and stabbed him with his knife, forcing the Tree God to run. The two enormous transcendent grade supers were entangled together and rolled in the battle formation, crushing the starships that filled the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 1459. The Emperor's Sky Splitter blade spun like a wheel of light in the hands of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, shooting out countless dark blue high-density psionic energy light blades, shattering all the starships and mechanical suits along the way. A blank area was drawn out in the dense defensive formation, leaving behind light traces. The light blades slashed on the Tree God's body one after another, and the knotted tree roots were cut in half cleanly. However, Buds quickly grew out from the broken parts and repaired the wounds. Mechanical force surged, buffing the Black Mech Legion. It was like a black and gold thundercloud, entangling with the green energy tsunami created by the tree god, causing explosions to occur around the two giants. Buzz! The two of them released their inner spaces at the same time. The lightning-filled grayish-blue void domain collided with the green tree god domain and squeezed toward each other. They rubbed back and forth like tofu, triggering dazzling electric arcs. During this process, the bodies of Han Shao and the tree god expanded endlessly. They rolled and tangled together, colliding more than 1,000 times in an instant. The shockwaves sent all the spaceships flying. This was not the first time the two of them had fought. The tree god was still in an irrational and incomplete state, but Han Shao could clearly feel that the tree god's strength had increased by a lot. It was not as easy to deal with as last time, especially when the strength of the tree god domain had increased greatly, making him feel a little pressured. The closer he was to the mother tree's main body, the stronger the tree god's strength became. Especially when he was in the world tree's main body dimension, the tree god's ability was enhanced, and it also had the ability to teleport without a cooldown. It was extremely agile, and the most disgusting thing was that its tankiness was also astonishing. Even Han Shao found it troublesome. Under the strengthening of various factors, the tree god actually managed to stop Han Zhao's advance for a while. It even forced Han Shao to retreat and stay away from the mother tree's main body. Looks like it won't be so easy to deal with this guy, Han Shao thought to himself. As expected, he had long expected the tree god to be strengthened in the main body dimension, so he was not surprised. His advance was blocked, but he was not in a hurry at all. He calmed down and fought the tree god, waiting for his various talents to take effect and continue to increase his combat strength. The last time he extracted the power of the tree god, he had obtained some obscure information. He guessed that the enemy had to pay a huge price to summon the tree god, and it was not a long-term method. Therefore, Han Shao was not in a hurry to succeed. In his opinion, as long as he dragged it into a protracted battle, the tree god would weaken sooner or later. If not for the fact that they had reached the world tree's hometown, he reckoned that the ancestral tree king would not have been willing to use this move to stop him. While the two transcendent grade supers were fighting, the beyond grade, as on both sides, also met on a narrow path. The new and old grudges were extremely red, and the battle was out of control. All the beyond grade mechanics temporarily put aside their personal grudges, and the Mech Legion formed a formation, pouring down ferocious firepower. The magicians summoned their respective magician towers and connected them to each other, establishing large-scale magic circuits. Like a mobile base, they continuously released all kinds of large-scale offensive forbidden spells in all directions. The mechanical gods wreaked havoc on the battlefield one after another. Manison's silver-white mechanical body waved its trident and swept through a large area. The indestructible mechanical soldiers stood guard beside it, looking majestic. Herberlin finally had a chance to take revenge. He went on a killing spree, tearing apart the world tree roots that were dancing chaotically, letting out a silent roar. On the other side, ES God and his dozens of doppelgangers moved through the battlefield, toying with many world tree experts with their various Esper abilities. Not far away, Evans activated his energy control Esper ability with all his might, gathering all kinds of energy accumulated on the battlefield and smashing it at the World Tree fleet. The destructive power was quite impressive. Hela's expression was stern as she controlled the red tide of death, raising waves after waves that devoured the enemy ships. Aurora had a solemn expression on her face as she emitted a vigorous vitality. She kept treating her injured teammates and summoning a large number of hero spirits to join the battlefield from time to time. Kasuyi burned an infinite amount of mana, and his psychic energy surged endlessly, shattering the thoughts of countless world tree-blessed race members. In another area, Fu Ding held the Soul Swapper in his hand and strolled around the battlefield. The surrounding battlefield became a forbidden zone for life, and the souls of all the enemies were crushed into pieces. The pugilists no longer fought alone, but formed a formation. Serene, Mercer, Heber, Vuru, Jatina, Kohler, and the others launched a collective charge, turning the defense circle of the World Tree fleet upside down. Their punches were continuous, and Euler's voice resounded throughout the dimension. Carrot was also among them. He drove Ing and sped through the rain of light, smashing enemy ships one after another. Quantum Demon Spirit Judith, Guardian Romo, Mechanical Queen Morniza, and the others launched waves of data attacks in the virtual network. Military Flag, Enid activated her ability, and an encouraging halo enveloped her entire team. Together with Aurora, she strengthened the overall strength of the Beyond Great As. Due to the invasion of the Galactic Society some time ago, many of the high-level combatants of the World Tree civilization had died and had yet to revive. At that time, they did not expect to be counterattacked by the three universal civilizations so quickly. Now, this weakness had become a pit, causing the scale of their high-level combatants to be far inferior to the three universal civilizations. Therefore, not long after the battle began, the Beyond Grade, as of the three universal civilizations, displayed their abilities and beat the World Tree experts until they bled. One after another, the Holy Tree emissaries and ancestral spirits died in battle with bloodshot eyes with intense unwillingness. The high-level combatants were the Sharp Blades, and they advanced the deepest. In other directions, the armies of the three universal civilizations were also attacking the World Tree's defense circle. The battlefronts were in a stalemate, moving back and forth. The situation is in our favor now. The longer the battle lasts, the more troops we will send in. The pressure on the World Tree will continue to increase. They won't be able to defend the battlefront forever. In the Strategic Command Center, all the upper echelons were gathered together, looking at the real-time battle situation on the virtual strategic sandbox. The atmosphere was solemn and tense. Simon placed his hands on the table, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's as he said with a deep voice, "I have roughly divided the World Tree's defense circle into 5 layers. Our main force is fighting at the outermost layer, and the Beyond Grade as have entered the 2nd layer. Black Star was about to enter the 3rd layer, but he was entangled by the other party's transcendent grade and was forced back to the 2nd layer. The World Tree civilization is also going all out. It seems like it will be difficult for us to penetrate the enemy's defense circle in a short period of time," an officer said. Simon nodded in agreement. His tone was solemn. "If we exhaust the World Tree's forces at the outermost layer, the troops inside will come out to reinforce the defense. Furthermore, because the World Tree fleet can teleport without restrictions in this space, we won't be able to break out of the encirclement in the normal sense. We will either have to force the enemy into the hinterland or defeat the enemy's army. Therefore, before both sides are exhausted to a certain extent, it is basically impossible for our main force to open the situation." Everyone's expressions were solemn. They all understood what he meant. This was a bloody and protracted battle, and the casualties would be astronomical. As the attacker, we have the initiative. We have the advantage in the short term, but in the long term, our prospects in a protracted battle are actually not good. Simon paused for a moment and pondered. The speed at which our troops are replenished is far inferior to the World Tree. The World Tree is producing troops every minute and every second. They will be transformed from the roots and can immediately return to the battlefield. Although we can use the weight-increasing tactic to continuously increase the pressure on the World Tree, if the stalemate continues for a long time, the situation will probably turn around when all our troops are deployed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This situation was not impossible. If the World Tree civilization really erupted with astonishing tenacity and withstood their continuously increasing attacks, then at a certain point in time, their attacks would weaken. No matter how much advantage they had accumulated previously, it would all be taken back. At this moment, Simon changed the topic and pointed at Black Star in the strategic sandbox. "We can't count on the victory of the main force for the time being. The ones most likely to break the stalemate are the Beyond Grade As. With Black Star leading the way, as long as they can get rid of the obstruction of the enemy's high-level combatants, they will be able to advance quickly. They're the breakthrough of this battle, and they might be able to affect the outcome of this war. All the officers present and the leaders of the three universal civilizations nodded. Although Black Star did not seem like he would be able to get rid of the tree god anytime soon, after experiencing so many things, everyone had strong confidence in him and had high hopes for him. Bang! 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 The two transcendent grade supers, one black and one green, clashed countless times. As various talents were activated, Han Zhao's attributes increased bit by bit, and he gradually suppressed the tree god. Because the tree god had an extremely high absorption rate against energy attacks, Han Zhao basically used physical attacks to deal with him. The black torrent formed by mechanical particles took on all kinds of forms, leaving wounds on the tree god's body. Very soon, Han Zhao began to push forward again with an unstoppable momentum. The tree god hurriedly released world tree roots to wrap around him, trying to stall the supreme heavenly venerate. However, these roots were all torn apart by Han Zhao and crushed into powder. In an incomplete state without rationality, you can only rely on your instincts to fight. You can't fully unleash your strength. What a pity. Han Zhao's blade spun and cut off the tree god's head. Seeing the tree god's head quickly regenerate, he shook his head. However, at this moment, the tree god suddenly trembled, and his beast-like chaotic emotions disappeared. For the first time, a clear mental thought was sent over. It was the consciousness of the ancestral tree king. Black Star, don't even think about getting past me. You've regained consciousness? Han Zhao raised his brows. He was curious about what method the ancestral tree king had used to regain his rationality and take over the control of the tree god. Just as the ancestral tree king took over the tree god's body, the tree god's combat style immediately changed. Its fighting style was no longer as rough as before, and there were a lot of details. Although its strength did not increase, the actual combat strength displayed by the tree god had increased significantly. It was almost like a different person. At this moment, in the inner space of the tree god, the illusory figure of the ancestral tree king floated there. His senses were connected to the vision of the tree god, and he stared at Han Zhao with a determined expression. Until just now, the ancestral tree king was still trapped in the consciousness of the tree god. However, the world tree finally realized that a calamity was about to befall it. The will of the mother tree descended and woke the ancestral tree king up alone. It also took back the tree king crowns of the fortitude tree king and the subduing tree king and handed them all to the ancestral tree king. The meaning was clear. The ancestral tree king was going to fight alone. This was something the world tree had learned from the process of the tree kings breaking through to the transcendent grade. Burning the foundation of the ancestral tree king's information form allowed him to enter a state similar to when he was advancing to the transcendent grade, but he was still under the control of the world tree. This way, the consciousness of the ancestral tree king would be connected to the perception of the tree god and be able to control the tree god alone. The price was to temporarily deprive the ancestral tree king of the chance to revive. If he could survive, he could still return to the embrace of the mother tree after leaving the tree god state. However, if he died in this state, the ancestral tree king would be like those tree kings who had failed to advance to the transcendent grade and would never be able to revive. This was the drawback. However, this was the mission of the mother tree's will. The ancestral tree king did not have the right to choose. Han Zhao's tone was calm. With your control, the tree god has indeed become much more powerful. However, if you think that this small change can stop me, you're thinking too much. Furthermore, how long can you last in this state? Do you think you've won? The ancestral tree king's expression turned cold. Without another word, he activated Tree King Crown Liberation. In the void, the Tree King crown that represented the pugilist class shattered. The experience and techniques accumulated by every generation of martial tree kings were all integrated into the tree god. At the same time, The source energy of the crown seemed to have become a catalyst, instantly increasing the combat strength of the tree god. It was as if endless power suddenly surged out from the depths of his body and spread throughout his body in the blink of an eye. The intense pain invaded the ancestral tree king's spiritual body, causing him to let out a low roar. However, his spiritual strength did not weaken. Instead, it was stimulated and quickly strengthened. In the next moment, the tree god's body suddenly bulged with green muscles. The originally dry tree body suddenly became tall and sturdy. This feeling was as if the tree god was originally just a skeleton, and only now did flesh and blood appear on the skeleton. The tree god domain, which was originally at a disadvantage, instantly expanded and pushed Han Zhao's void domain away. Tree King Crown Liberation could strengthen the combat strength of the tree god, but it required the sacrifice of the corresponding Tree King crown. It would take thousands of years to recover from losing the qualifications of a Tree King for a long time. The price was not small. In order to reduce the losses, the ancestral Tree King sacrificed the pugilist crown without hesitation. The ancestral Tree King's emotions were affected. It was as if a pile of dry would have been touched by a spark, and his fighting spirit rose. My strength is far from its limit. Black Star, only when you die can we be at peace. Chapter 1460. The surging pugilist flames burned, and the tree god's movements became even faster. Its strength increased greatly, and it suddenly grabbed the Emperor Sky Splitter blade. It stopped the blade's momentum and stopped it in midair. At the same time, roots shot out from the surface of the tree god's body. The ends curled up as if they were tied into a knot. They were like thousands of fists, launching a flurry of attacks at the supreme Heavenly Venerate's mecha. The fist shadows that flickered with green light pierced through the combined shield of the Mech Legion and bombarded the supreme Heavenly Venerate's mecha. It shook nonstop and cracks appeared everywhere. Energy shot out from the back of the supreme Heavenly Venerate again and again, creating a green shockwave that did not weaken at all. It shattered the battleships behind it. My close combat ability has increased greatly. This should be the sacrifice of the subduing Tree King's crown, right? Han Xiao felt the impact on his mecha and analyzed calmly. He had seen Tree King Crown Liberation when he was extracting the Tree God's ability. The last time they fought, the Tree God had not used this skill, and he only saw it this time. Now that he saw the actual effect, Han Xiao felt a sense of familiarity. He felt that this move was a little like a character summon card, used to obtain the power of the super system stored in different Tree King crowns. The world tree has a total of 5. Oh no, it's now 4 Tree King crowns. This means that the Tree God can unleash at least 4 more times. Its strength will continue to stack, and its final combat strength will probably be very shocking. Furthermore, this is not considering whether the Tree God has other explosive abilities. Han Xiaoxin quickly calculated. When the Tree God used its one-time explosive ability, the best way was to avoid it. However, the situation did not allow it. The multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device was one way. If he wanted to teleport the majority of the troops back, he would have to set up a new group of teleportation devices here. Now that the majority of the troops were already locked in battle with the World Tree, they naturally would not retreat halfway. Otherwise, many soldiers would have sacrificed themselves for nothing. Furthermore, Han Xiao also wanted to fight the Tree God head-on. After all, with his current level, it was already difficult to find an opponent. It was not easy to meet one, so how could he not dote on it? Looks like I have to show more of my true abilities. Let me see how many tricks you have. Han Zhao's eyes flashed with lightning. He had long known that the Tree God had an explosive ability, but the ancestral Tree King thought that he did not know and wanted to give him an unexpected attack. However, he had long been on guard. On the other side, the ancestral Tree King held onto the Emperor Sky Splitter blade tightly, not allowing Han Zhao's weapon to escape his control. An endless amount of energy surged out from his body, and he actually had the upper hand against the supreme heavenly venerate, pushing Han Xiao back. Taking advantage of the fact that Han Xiao could not move, the ancestral Tree King controlled a large number of roots to attack the supreme heavenly venerate's chest and abdomen. The Mech Legion also reacted and began to continuously block the tree god's attacks. At the same time, the mechanical particles flowing on the surface of the supreme heavenly venerate's body transformed into streaks of silk, intercepting the roots midway and attacking them continuously. Bang, bang, bang. From afar, countless blurry afterimages of light appeared beside the two transcendent grade supers. They interweaved and collided with each other. Metal and tree roots clashed at a high frequency, and endless shockwaves exploded in midair. Your strength is already below mine. The ancestral Tree King's expression was fierce. He twisted the Emperor's Sky Splitter blade and poured his strength into his arm. However, at this moment, an unstoppable and terrifying force suddenly came from the blade, instantly suppressing his strength. Boom! The next moment, the Emperor's Sky Splitter blade, which was originally frozen in midair, suddenly broke through the tree god's posture and slashed down. In an instant, it slashed all the way from the tree god's shoulder to his waist, leaving a huge wound. The tree god was almost cut in half. What? The ancestral Tree King was shocked. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward and hugged Han Xiao. He wanted to use the strength of the crown to control Han Xiao and stop his subsequent attacks. However, the result was far from what he had imagined. The tree god was pressed down by the supreme heavenly venerate and was almost dismembered. The power brought by sacrificing the pugilist crown was actually suppressed by Han Xiao. The ancestral Tree King was horrified. It was not easy for him to detonate his pugilist flames and escape. The tree god's body was already in tatters, and countless pieces of his newly born flesh had been cut off. He was recovering. Han Xiao casually cut off the world tree root that was blocking his pursuit. He looked at the tree god from afar and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. You're so arrogant, but in the end, you're only at this level. You. Sensing Han Zhao's increasing energy rank, the ancestral Tree King's expression darkened. He thought that after using the crown, he would be able to gain the upper hand, but reality gave him a big slap. He did not expect that he would still not be Han Zhao's match after activating his seed. The other party's combat strength was also increasing. The ancestral Tree King gritted his teeth and made a decision. Don't be happy too early. I haven't reached my limit yet. As soon as he said that, the secret Tree King's crown shattered. New origin energy was released. It was as if fuel had been added to the core furnace of the tree god, and his energy rank broke through the limit again. Countless mysterious magic knowledge surged into his brain. At the same time, large amounts of complicated magic circuits appeared on the surface of the tree god's body, forming enchantment runes. In an instant, the power of the magic crown was also added to the tree god's body. The tree god domain expanded once again, almost flattening the ethereal domain. An even stronger burden descended, and the ancestral Tree King's mental strength soared once again. However, at the same time, it brought him even more intense pain. His soul let out an uncontrollable wail, and his emotions intensified. He endured the excruciating pain, mobilized the new energy, and launched an even stronger attack toward Han Xiao. Rumble. The surging magic formed a dense cluster of forbidden spells, which almost drained all the free energy in the surrounding battlefield. They turned into a strong rainbow light and drowned Han Zhao's entire body in an instant. Amidst the brilliance, there was an extremely lethal aura. The tree god maintained the magic bombardment while charging into the light of the explosion, chasing after the body of the supreme heavenly venerate. His fists and roots that contained astonishing pugilist flames landed on Han Zhao's body continuously, producing loud explosions. The ancestral Tree King stared with bloodshot eyes and attacked tirelessly. Black Star, I will never let you destroy my civilization." The roar of his mind swept across the battlefield, instantly causing the expressions of countless people to change. However, at this moment, a dense aura of blood suddenly erupted in front of him. Buzz! Before the ancestral Tree King could react, a cold light suddenly lit up. He felt a huge force coming from his chest, and the Emperor's Sky Splitter blade flew over and stabbed into his chest. The next second, the ancestral Tree King realized that his arm was firmly fixed. Not only that, but all the roots that were hit suddenly stopped and could not be pulled out. The light of the magic bombardment dissipated, revealing the appearance of the supreme heavenly venerate. Han Xiao was surrounded by blood aura as he grabbed the tree god's arm. Mechanical particles formed countless tentacles that extended out from his back and accurately wrapped around every world tree root. They froze in midair like bridges. The strength of the supreme heavenly venerate increased rapidly and soon surpassed the second stage of the tree god's crown liberation, making the ancestral Tree King unable to break free. The ancestral Tree King's eyes widened. However, before he could do anything, Han Xiao suddenly headbutted him, making him dizzy. Immediately after, the supreme heavenly venerate grabbed the tree god's arm and pressed him down. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his leg, smashing the tree god's head with a violent knee strike, causing a green shockwave to explode. Then, Han Xiao reached out and stabbed his hand into the gap in the tree god's head, all the way to his chest. He grabbed a bunch of messy roots and pulled them out, pulling out a large number of broken roots. If it was a normal life form, its spine and internal organs would have been pulled out. Even the tree god, who had a special body structure, would not feel good. At this moment, Han Xiao pulled out the Emperor's Sky Splitter blade that was stabbed into the tree god's chest. He then used virtual creation to create countless physical cannons around him and aimed them at the tree god. Rumble. A round of shots, which were equivalent to the mass of an unknown number of planets, directly blasted the tree god into a pulp, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The terrifying kinetic energy pushed the tree god out, creating a blank area on the battlefield. Han Xiao followed closely behind and rushed all the way to the middle of the third layer of defense. It was only then that the ancestral Tree King stopped retreating. He teleported and hurriedly avoided Han Xiao's pursuit. He jumped a distance away and quickly summoned more world tree roots to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Han Xiao swung his blade and casually said, "That's it? Is there more?" In terms of the quantity and quality of his attribute enhancement abilities, very few people could defeat him. The tree god had activated his seed twice in a row, and his combat strength had increased by a lot, but it was still not enough in front of him. Although he had not been a transcendent for long, as long as he activated all the bonuses, his combat strength could jump to a very shocking level. Han Xiao was not sure what level he was at among the transcendent grade supers when he used his full strength. Hearing this, the ancestral Tree King became more and more agitated. Anger, shock, and unwillingness filled his mind. He had sacrificed 2 Tree King crowns and paid such a huge price, but his combat strength was still inferior to Black Star's. The ancestral Tree King was already in a difficult position. To him, a stalemate was meaningless. If he could not kill Black Star, the other party would be able to make a comeback countless times. There was only one way out now, and that was to kill Black Star at all costs. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. The ancestral Tree King looked at the mother tree's main body with determination in his eyes. Seeing that the ancestral Tree King did not reply, Han Xiao was about to continue attacking, but at this moment, the World Tree fleet around him charged toward him like crazy. Protect the mother tree. Go, buy time for the tree god to catch his breath. Fight for our home. Countless World Tree warriors roared and fought. Seeing this, Han Xiao casually waved his firepower. The nearby fleets were all wiped out and new troops filled in. Many World Tree soldiers sacrificed their lives to form a line of defense, stopping him from chasing after the tree god. They only wanted to buy one more second for the severely injured tree god to recover. However, in front of the absolute difference in strength, the determination to face death was meaningless. No matter how many fleets there were, they would all be wiped out by the psionic waves. Countless world tree-blessed race swarmed over like moths to a flame, leaving behind the corpses of the paralyzed battleships. There was only dead silence in the ship, and the crew had all been killed by the psionic waves. Han Xiao was not obstructed at all. He stepped on the corpses of countless world tree battleships and pointed at the severely injured tree god. The huge figure of a supreme, heavenly venerate emitted an aura that made one despair. Seeing this tragic scene, many of the players who were in the midst of battle were moved. They should be evenly matched, but why do I feel like it's an adult bullying a child? Look at Black Star's style. I'm a little confused. Which one is the villain? Come on, big brother who plays with tree roots. Amidst the cheers of the players, Han Xiao crashed into the tree god, who had yet to fully recover, and pushed him forward. The tree god seemed to have lost the ability to resist and could not stop Han Xiao's footsteps at all. The two of them tangled together and broke through the third and fourth layers of defense. Not long after, they reached the innermost fifth layer of defense. The main body of the world tree that supported this dimension was still right in front of them. The gazes of the Galactic Alliance army and the World Tree fleet were all focused on them. Seeing Black Star approaching the World Tree's main body, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, at this moment, the tree god's green domain suddenly expanded. Buzz! Green light flashed and enveloped the two of them. Then, it shrank into light spots and disappeared. The two of them were swallowed and disappeared from the battlefield in front of everyone. All the detection devices lost track of them. This scene was out of the expectations of the Galactic Alliance army. Countless people's hearts shrank, and they were flustered and confused, not knowing what had happened. At the same time, in the strategic command center of the Galactic Alliance army, Simon pounced on the table agitatedly. His eyes widened as he stared at the signal point that had disappeared from the sand table. He could not hide his shock. Where's Black Star? Where's the big Black Star? Where did the two of them go? Chapter 1461. This was a deep and vast space like a real universe. The black velvet curtain was dotted with green stars, dazzling. Suddenly, a green light appeared out of thin air, spinning and expanding, turning into a wormhole-like vortex that spat out Han Xiao's figure. Han Xiao quickly stabilized himself and turned to observe his surroundings curiously. Where did you bring me? He glanced at the interface, and the combat information showed his current status. He had been swallowed by the tree god, and this universe-like world was the inner space of the tree god. The next moment, Han Xiao immediately felt the repulsion of the entire world. The space around him was pressuring him, suppressing his strength. The void domain was squeezed to the point that it could only stick to the surface of the body, almost turning into a flat membrane. At the same time, Han Xiao also discovered that an unknown corrosive force was continuously reducing his health points. In his status bar, it was displayed as World Tree's digestive function. So, I've fallen into the stomach of the World Tree. Han Xiao thought to himself. Buzz! At this moment, the green light in front of Han Xiao shrank and condensed into the body of the tree god. His injuries had already recovered, and he stood facing him from afar. The ancestral tree king said with a deep voice, Black Star, our battle is not over yet. Han Xiao sized him up. This is your inner space, right? You actually dared to suck me in. You're really not afraid of death. Releasing the inner space domain did not have any side effects because it was just a projection of power, just like the descent of a secondary dimension. However, sucking the enemy into the inner space was the opposite. This was a dangerous operation. If the inner space itself was destroyed, the transcendent would also be severely injured. It was equivalent to exposing his vitals to the opponent. However, in the inner space, the enemy's strength would be greatly suppressed, and he would receive a higher buff. Therefore, this was a double-edged sword. Even if Han Xiao was very tanky he was not willing to suck any enemy into his body. This would only increase the risk. In his opinion, the Ancestral Tree King's move was undoubtedly a gamble, but it was not smart. If you don't die, the Mother Tree will never have a day of peace. This will be your death ground. The Ancestral Tree King's tone was ruthless, and he attacked again without hesitation. Walala, an endless stream of green light shot toward Han Shao like a meteor shower. Seeing this, Han Shao lifted the Emperor's robe, and a thick psionic shield blocked the dense rain of light. At the same time, he ordered the Mech Legion to open fire. However, they did not attack the Tree God. Instead, they bombarded the Tree God in all directions, causing the energy clusters to expand. Under normal circumstances, attacking the inner space was like turning the other party's body upside down, and the damage would be reflected back to the Tree God. However, the next moment, something out of Han Zhao's expectations happened. The Tree God was not affected at all. Furthermore, it gave up all its defenses and attacked fiercely, as if it was not worried about its inner space being damaged at all. Han Shao was a little surprised. His void domain was suppressed, but the Tree God was like a fish in water in the inner space. His strength decreased, and he had no choice but to take a defensive stance. Interesting. Your inner space won't be damaged? Han Shao narrowed his eyes and observed the flow of energy while resisting the Ancestral Tree King's attacks. Not long after, Han Zhao's eyes lit up. He noticed something and smiled. I see. I roughly guessed it. Your inner space is connected to the World Tree and transferred all the damage, right? The Ancestral Tree King's heart tightened, but he did not answer. His attacks became even more intense. The things that the World Tree devoured formed a Mother Tree world in its body. There were also planets and lives, and most of them operated according to the state they were in when they were devoured. They would not increase or decrease naturally, and it was equivalent to a special exhibition hall. If the members of the World Tree were unwilling to appear in the outside world, they would live in the Mother Tree world. The so-called transformation of the World Tree's body was like spitting something out of its body to the outside world. The Tree God and the World Tree were closely connected, so the inner space was also connected to the Mother Tree world. Strictly speaking, the Tree God's inner space was a clone of the Mother Tree world. The Ancestral Tree King could distribute the damage to the Tree God's inner space to the Mother Tree world. This way, the World Tree's main body would suffer a certain amount of damage, but the Tree God would not be injured and would be able to maintain its peak state. Under normal circumstances, the Ancestral Tree King would not let the World Tree's main body take such a risk, but now, increasing the Tree God's combat strength was more important, so he could only make a temporary choice. Therefore, in order to prevent the World Tree's main body from suffering any further damage, the Ancestral Tree King chose to end the battle quickly. He had to get rid of this enemy before Han Shao caused more damage to the inner space. Seeing that Han Shao had noticed his weakness so quickly, the Ancestral Tree King's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. Even if I have to bet my future, I must kill you. As soon as he said that, the crown of the Fortitude Tree King shattered. The powerful crown origin energy surged in, and the power of the Tree God soared once again. Precise mechanical armor spread rapidly on the surface of the Tree God's body. At the same time, mechanical soldiers flickering with green light were generated on a large scale around the Tree God. This scene was like a transcendent grade mechanic activating virtual creation. However, the Ancestral Tree King did not stop. He endured the pain and directly took over the allocation of resources for the king's legacy from the will of the Mother Tree. The sacrificial tree crown was a way to strengthen the Tree God, but it was not the only way. Among the abilities that Han Shao had not seen, there were other ways to strengthen it, and investing more Beyonder's Vestige was another way. If the Beyonder's Vestige was the firewood that burned the power of the Tree God, adding more firewood would naturally make the flames burn even brighter. After so many years, generations of tree kings had failed to break through to the transcendent grade, and they had left behind some king's relics. They were strategic resources, and every time they were used, there would be one less. Originally, he only needed to consume one portion each time he summoned the tree god, but the ancestral tree king could not care less and directly burned half of his inventory. Bang! An intense energy tide spread out, and the energy level of the tree god rose bit by bit. Rich and bright green waves surged as if they were going to fill the entire space. Good fellow, see it again. Han Xiao secretly bared his teeth. This is too much. Are you a scion? Oh no, a scion tree? After sacrificing 3 crowns and burning half of the Beyonder's vestige, the combat strength of the tree god soared to a higher level, and its combat style also changed. Other than using the basic skills of the world tree, various magic, martial arts, and mechanical system methods formed an exquisite combination. One person was like an expert of 3 systems. It was very flashy, but its power was astonishing. In an instant, the violent attacks pierced through the shield, leaving all kinds of wounds on the body of the supreme heavenly venerate, and the devices were destroyed one after another. I still can't underestimate this guy. With the foundation of the world tree civilization, there's a lot of room for his combat strength to fluctuate. Han Xiao felt a lot of pressure from the ancestral tree king's attacks, and his heart skipped a beat. If he had not sealed the heart tree crown, the complete tree god might have been able to completely suppress him after receiving so many enhancements. However, the current tree god was in an incomplete state, and its foundation was weakened. Thus, the effective seed was also reduced and could not reach its peak. What a pity. If this is your full strength, I won't be the one to die today. Han Zhao's tone froze. Boom! Without waiting for the ancestral tree king to react, the energy level of the supreme heavenly venerate suddenly increased explosively. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the combat strength of the tree god. All kinds of strange abilities erupted one after another, stopping the ancestral tree king's attacks. Han Xiao immediately took back the initiative and counterattacked fiercely, turning the situation around in an instant. The ancestral tree king's eyes widened. Ew, Tisk, do you think seed is your patent? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. An endless stream of new energy fused into his body, bringing him an incomparable sense of strength. He almost felt like he could pierce through the universe. The reason for this change was because he had used the character summon cards in his inventory. Ever since he had stepped into the peak beyond Grade A realm, Han Xiao had not used the character summon cards much. Because there was no need for it, he had a lot of stock in his hands. Before this expedition, he had specially used all the blank character summon cards to copy the abilities of different beyond grade as in a large amount of resources. It was not easy for him to accumulate a large amount of wealth, and Han Xiao activated character summon cards one after another without any heartache. He used almost everything he had. He only felt carefree and happy. After scheming for so long, he finally had a chance to be extravagant. Compared to the explosion of a small universe, I'm the expert. Sensing that Black Star's combat strength had caught up again, the ancestral tree king's mind exploded. Every time he managed to pull open a gap, he would be caught up in the end. Black Star's unfathomable trump card made the ancestral tree king, who was already emotionally unstable, completely go crazy. Black Star! Bang! The last tree king crown exploded, and the ancestral tree king decisively sacrificed his crown. He threw all his worries to the back of his mind and threw all the Beyonder's vestige into the tree god's body. He pushed the power of the tree god forward at all costs. His strength increased at an astonishing speed, but at the same time, faint green cracks spread on the surface of the tree god's body. The huge load was already at the limit of the tree god. The tree god itself had a limit. It was like a container. When the accumulated power exceeded the maximum capacity, it would burst from the inside. Perhaps in its perfect state, the capacity of the tree god could withstand the current power, but the incomplete tree god was like a smaller container. It could not withstand such a load, and its injuries began to accumulate rapidly. However, the ancestral tree king ignored the overload situation and launched an indomitable attack at Han Xiao with his explosive strength. At this moment, he only had one thought left, and that was to kill Black Star. Come! Han Xiao was full of fighting spirit as he charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. The two of them overflowed with terrifying power. They only attacked and did not defend, bombarding each other countless times. The energy collided, forming an extremely dense, explosive area. Here, space-time was distorted, almost condensing into a singularity. The two of them abandoned all distracting thoughts. All that was left in their eyes was their opponent. They attacked tirelessly, and the battlefield traveled throughout the universe. Space trembled and shattered. The starlight dimmed and fell. The battle lasted for an unknown period of time, as if it was an eternity. Only then did this battle come to an end. Burning the Beyonder's vestige was the only way to maintain the existence of the tree god. The tree god was finally exhausted, and the power obtained from the seed explosion rapidly weakened. The tree god's body was already covered in cracks from the overload, like a porcelain piece that had been pieced together after being broken. Crack! The tree god's chest suddenly split open, causing a chain reaction. With its chest as the center, its entire body collapsed, turning into light fragments that filled the sky. This scene represented the death of the tree god. The tree god was also alive. Once it was killed, the fused tree king would also be severely injured, and the tree god's descent would be on cooldown for a long time. In addition, because the 4 tree king crowns had been sacrificed, the world tree could no longer summon the tree god. In the sky filled with light fragments, the ancestral tree king's body floated. He seemed to have exhausted all his lifespan, becoming old and wrinkled. As the tree god collapsed, the ancestral tree king also slowly turned into ashes. His life was like a candle in the wind. I lost. I'm sorry, Mother Tree. I let you down. I was so close. I'm not willing. The ancestral tree king's consciousness gradually dissipated as he muttered to himself. Han Xiao still did not relax. He received the ancestral tree king's intermittent brainwaves and clicked his tongue. What do you mean by almost? From the beginning to the end, you had no chance of winning. The ancestral tree king turned around and glared at Han Xiao. I did not save my civilization, but sooner or later, you will taste the despair that I am feeling right now. I curse you. Don't look like you have a deep grudge. When you destroy other civilizations, you should be mentally prepared to be destroyed by others. Han Xiao did not have the mood to talk nonsense with him. He reached out and grabbed the ancestral tree king. Pooh! The ancestral tree king was crushed into dust and disappeared. His consciousness completely fell into darkness. Han Xiao was not interested in waiting for him to die slowly. He was not a villain who did not know how to deal the final blow. Because of the World Tree's operation, the ancestral tree king had lost his ability to revive. If he died in this state, he would really die and disappear. I finally dealt with him. Good fellow, he almost drained me dry. Only at this moment did Han Xiao finally relax. He was extremely tired. Although he had won this battle, Han Xiao was also very tired. In the final stage, the tree god seemed to have activated the freedom mastery technique. It was so ferocious that it almost shattered his supreme heavenly venerate mecha several times. Strictly speaking, the one who killed the tree god was not Han Xiao, but the ancestral tree king himself. The damage caused by the overload and the burning of the Beyonder's vestige was the main reason why the tree god was exhausted. If the tree god was in a perfect state with all 5 crowns gathered, Han Xiao felt that he would not be a match for him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Crack! Crack! The moment the tree god completely died, the inner space began to collapse rapidly and crack open like a broken mirror. Dazzling light flowed through every crack, all leading to the outside world. Han Shao calmed himself down and kept the severely damaged Mech Legion back into the Divine Fortress. He then drove the huge, supreme, heavenly Venerate into one of the cracks and disappeared into the light. End of chapter. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.